that that's what's happening and know that it happens 4 times a year, 4 times every 11 years. And, you know, we can
Why
get
y'all
a
here?
G5 storm, but let me explain something.
You'd be otherwise watching this.
We calm some nerves here a little bit because, you know, if we get a G5, it doesn't mean that we're on the top end of a G5. All it means is we got the G5. The difference between a high-level G4, it should be down here, I'm sorry, and a low-level G5 isn't very much. So that's kind of what I'm saying, you know. So unless we're going to come out here and talk about an extremely high, and we already know it's going to happen, G5, then we shouldn't be out here saying that the world's going to end, that kind of thing. So when I show you this, notice that they're not saying that, oh my gosh, all life on Earth is going to cease to exist. That's not what they're saying here. They're telling you that this happens 4 times every 11 years. But we're all still here, right? So what does that say? That tells you that we've had this 4 times every 11 years, and we're all still here. So just because we're getting a big one, and this is a big CME, this is not a baby. We're taking this one right in the face. It does not mean that we need to be out here freaking out, scaring everybody else on the internet. None of that. It doesn't do any good. Now, as the days progress to when we do get impacted with this, we're going to, you know, we'll have a little bit more of a heart-to-heart as this gets closer and closer because I'll be able to give you better data. Okay? And I'll know more about exactly what's going to happen as it gets here. Now, I'm never going to be able to tell you 100% everything 100% positive that's going to happen because we just can't do that. So what I'm saying is don't let somebody scare you. All right? If somebody is out there just claiming this is like the biggest, worst thing that's ever happened, oh my gosh, you know, and they go into their big spiel or whatever, you know what I suggest those people, what I suggest for those people? Anybody that's listening to somebody like that, they need to come here and take a screenshot of this and take it back to them and read them this information. Because when they say it's going to be the end of the world, this is like the biggest thing that's happened and you know, ever and all this other kind of stuff, then you ask them, you say, hey, why have we got this same kind of a storm 4 times every 11 years, but we're all still here? You guys see what I'm getting at here? You thought I knew everything? No, I do not.
Right. I need to readjust.
Not even close. That's awesome, Mr. After Mom. That's awesome. So, I just want you guys, man, I really want you guys to get a good idea of what we can expect through each storm level. And so you guys have a deeper understanding that just because we get big storms doesn't mean it's going to be the end of everything. It would, guys, listen. If you want to talk about the Carrington event, 1859 is when that happened. What's today? 2020, right? That's 170 years ago. We're all still here. You see where I'm getting at with that? That's kind of what I'm saying. And even after that happened then, they were all still here. Yeah, it messed up their telegraph lines and a lot of issues going on. But we're all still here. Now, I will say this. I do think that we're in for a big, big one at some point. Okay? I mean, mathematically, it's impossible that it won't happen. It will eventually. Okay? Now, I can't tell you when. I have no idea. And anybody that tries to tell you that they do know when it's going to happen, just know that maybe that might not be the best person to be getting your data from, because I want to know exactly how they can say that and why. And wherever they're getting their data from, I want to go look at it because I want to be able to say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's yeah. Oh man. Man, guys, believe it or not, I just cut myself. Believe that crap? Oh my gosh. Where'd that come from? I got a piece of glass on my table. Huh. Anyway. Yeah. Hey, Birthday, what's up? So, this is, like I said, guys, this is what we can expect. Now, so what do we do from here? Well, let me show you what I do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys what I monitor. And I'm going to do it real quick, and then we're going to get off of here, okay? And I'll try to, keep everybody here to let you guys see it. And what I want you guys to do is I will monitor this. This is a CME tracker, okay? Now, this right here, it only updates if there's a CME. Okay? It won't continuously get new data and do anything with it. If we get another CME, it'll show that CME, and this one will get wiped off of here. And that's why I show it to you, because you may come back to this if we have another small CME, say it fires off this side. This one will no longer be there. It doesn't mean that it's not coming, because it is. It just means that they've seen another CME and they're showing that one. I wanted to show you that first and foremost. Yep, that's right, Menacing. Whoever's asking that, guys, listen to what Menacing's saying there. On September 1st to the 2nd in 1859, that was the Carrington event. That was a huge solar flare CME that knocked out. It killed telegraph lines, guys. I mean, it burned them up. People's lights were busted. I mean, it was guys, it was significant. Most everybody that talks about modern day, like, CME issues, that's usually the first word you'll hear them talk about, is the Carrington event. But I'd like to point out, guys, like I said before, that we definitely have had events after. Okay? What does all this mean, Armed? What this means is the sun has fired a big old plasma ball at us, pretty much. That's what it kind of means. Yes, 1989, Menacing, thank you. That's when the entire province of Quebec, Canada, lost its power. That was because of a solar event. Now, is this what we're seeing here? I can't say that. I don't know. I don't think that it is. The only thing that's got me kind of pushing this a little harder than what I typically would is the fact that we have that other high-dense material. And keep in mind, guys, when I say high-dense material on this one, let's see if I can't. When I say high-dense material on this one, I mean it, because this is what I'm talking about right here. See this? A normal condition for density, for plasma density, is 4. Okay, you can get that information anywhere. Normal conditions for plasma density, solar wind, plasma density is 4. Okay? This is over 50. So this was going to give us a hit anyway. Now, when you got this, plus the CME with it, that's going to happen either one right after the other or at the same time. Now, keep in mind what I said about the interplanetary magnetic shock wave. What that is it's the magnetic fields of the particles, because they're charged. When they get close to each other, they interact, and they're repelling. They're doing all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So it causes a shock wave when it catches up to the solar wind in front of it. So the CME will catch up with this dense material, is what I'm saying. If that happens at the same time that it's impacting Earth, that will actually add to what we get. Okay? And I only say that because that's what we're seeing. I'm not trying to add anything to this. This is what we're seeing. This is not something that I'm playing up. And I'm actually, guys, if you want my honest opinion on this, I'm trying to downplay this a little bit so people don't get scared. That's just what I'm doing. I don't want anybody out here freaking out because it ain't going to do any good. Okay? So just know that. Now, so what I'll do here, let's take you back over here to seeds real quick. Let's see if it's updated at all. So I want to be able to show it to you guys without any missing data. And it's still missing data. Okay. So let's go over here to ISWA. And what I'm going to do here is we can look at the same satellite just from a different website right here. We won't get the black and white, but we'll get the red. Okay? So it's right here, and it definitely looks like it might be showing some stuff here. My gosh, my finger's bleeding bad, guys.
Oh no.
Wow. I can't believe I did that. Man. So I'm going to run this on a time lapse here. And for those that don't know, this is a time lapse. This is not a video. Okay? You know, when we look at video, like when you're looking at YouTube, you're going to get it at like 60 frames per second. You're getting 60 images per second. What we're looking at here right now is one image every 4 minutes or something like that. Every 12 minutes. Yeah, every 12 minutes. Okay, so instead of 60 frames per second, we're getting one frame every 12 minutes. So that should let you guys know that this is not a video. This is definitely... Yeah, I got it wrapped up, Candace. I'm just trying to keep it off my mouse. Actually, I got it on my stinking computer right here, too. I can't believe that happened. That's nuts. Nutty. Nutty, 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 nutty. Kool-Aid or Band-Aid? Hey, that's right. Hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drink me some Kool-Aid when I put my Band-Aid on. How about that? Sound good? So, let's do this. We are going to see what this thing will show us. This is, guys, listen. This right here is the same view that we're seeing here. It's just on a different website. We won't be able to see this version, but we can get it here. Okay, at least the red filtered view. Yeah, I got you. Thanks, Missy. Oh, let's see here. See if I got anybody. You guys got any questions for me? I'm trying to answer them as we're going here. Hopefully, I'm helping everybody here understand. So let's see if we get any missing data here. Yep. We got a little bit more though. Okay, watch what this does. Okay, it's kind of a normal one right there, but watch around the edges here. Watch what happens. See that? That's what we're talking about, full halo. You see how that energy did that? Yeah, I think you told me that before, Missy, that you were a first responder, a medic. That's I appreciate your work. I really do. Anybody that's on the front lines like that, especially in today's world, man, it takes a special person to be able to do that kind of stuff. So, let me show you what a halo is. That's what we would look at normally, right? And then we get this thing blow off the sun, and then See it poking out the bottom there? Then it pokes around on all sides. That is a full halo, and that is fired right at us. If we get caught in that shock wave, how much do you expect it to intensify? Shine on, I'm kind of reluctant to even say. From what I understand, the shock waves that happens with that, it is an intensification, but I'm not sure exactly how strong those things can be. Now, I would assume that the shockwave part of it that would add extra to it would matter of the speed that both of the separate events are moving. So what I'm saying is, if the dense particles that we're going to get with on the 9th, let me show you. This one, okay? That right there. So say that's moving at 50, right? And then the CME fires off and it catches up with it right here, right when it hits Earth, right? But it's moving at 75. Now that's gonna cause a certain amount of a shock wave, right? We'll call it a 50-degree shock wave, just for whatever reason, right? We'll call it 50 powerful, whatever. That's just some verbiage I'm making up. So 75 to 50 miles per hour speed. And again, we're not talking miles per hour here when we're talking about space. I'm just doing this so you guys can understand the difference. So we got a 25 speed increase difference between the two, and it causes, say, a 10% power increase. Well, if this one up here in the front, say it was traveling slower than 50, say it was traveling at 20, and then we get a 100 mile an hour or a 75 mile an hour speed that catches up with it. Now we're talking about a distance of almost 50. So that's going to, in my mind, that would cause a bigger shock wave. So I don't, it's hard to say what that's going to do. Break on to the other side. That's right. That's a good song. That's right, Christine. So, I don't think that they've had enough info on those kinds of things. Matter of fact, I know they haven't, because they just seen it for the first time last summer. They were able to get a visual on it. So to gauge power there on what it can actually do, there's a whole lot of different data points that would have to be thrown in there to really get a good idea. Now, what I can say, that I do think it will cause an interplanetary shockwave right there when it does catch up. In my mind, it's almost impossible that wouldn't happen. Because it has, each particle there has its own little electromagnetic field. And when magnets interact with each other, they cause shock waves. That's all you got to do. Go get two magnets and put it on the table and move them around and see what happens. So that's kind of what we're talking about. So I do want people to understand that I don't want people freaking out, but I want people to understand that this actually could give us a little bit of issue, okay? And you guys know that I don't come out here and say that, without pretty good evidence of what I'm saying here. And I just showed you guys why I think this. I don't think we're going to come out of this without any kind of issues. Now, when I say issues, I just showed you what we could expect, okay, with this. So the issues we're going to experience are going to determine where we fall on this chart. Okay, so I know somebody's probably out there asking, where are we going to end up? What storm level is Wages World expecting us to get to? I'm going to have to give you guys one of those, it's going to be a very broad thing here, because there's really no way for me to say, hey, we're going to expect this kind of a storm. I do think that we're going to get into storm level. I do think that it's probably going to be at least a G2, if not a G3, given the fact that we have the other energy here also, roughly about the same time. I think there's a very, very outside chance that we might get to G4. Maybe. I don't even like saying that. I don't think that that's a high probability, but I do think that anything at this point is possible. But let me stress this fact. We have days before this gets here. Yeah, you can go outside, Becky. Ain't nothing like that, for sure. It ain't like that, guys. This isn't like anything's gonna be falling from the sky or anything like that. It won't affect you, your like radiation if you're worried about that kind of a thing. No, we ain't gonna worry about that. And what Rick says here is very true. It will be quick if it does reach high magnitudes of this storm level. I think that that's a point that gets kind of lost sometimes, is the fact that if we do experience like a G5, say, I'm probably not going to be able to come out here and tell you about it. You want to know why? Because we're probably going to have some sort of a power outage. Now, how long it lasts and how bad it is, who knows? But, there's a chance that we would definitely have communication issues. Whether they're down for a long time or they're right back up, who knows? But it would depend on how strong this actually is. And let me say this too. Menacing makes, she's talking about prepping there. We definitely should, but I don't, this isn't like a run to the store, give everything you can and all that. That's not what this is. Okay? I don't think that any of that kind of thing is going to happen with this one. Now, again, let me say, I will be monitoring this really close. Okay? I will. I mean, I'm talking like extremely close. Because this is something that we have, stuff that we haven't seen for years. Not coming our direction. Okay? Remember, we were in solar minimum. So this has been a while. Now, it wasn't just, 2 weeks ago, I was telling you guys, we got the biggest flare that we had experienced in years. Just 2 weeks ago. What's this all saying? What's this all mean? I know that's a big question for people, okay? But it's a legitimate one. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of great answers out there, okay? We can give you an opinion. We can give you this and we can give you that.
I'm going to pause him because you guys, there's 6 of you kind of watching this and me. All right. So here's one of the things that I'm going to mention here. We'll have wages in the back. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Plugged in. All right. So thank you all for being here. 6 and 6. 6 people here. 6. All right. So this is a work in progress. I never got to this. Obviously, it's from the 24th. But there's before I go into the grounding. I had said this last night, and this is a brand new day. It's a brand new session here on grounding. And so I want to go over kind of some principles I had in the last stream for those who were there, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday and you're new here. Okay, thank you, congratulations. You've found the right place where you can learn about the Schumann resonances. And so this is kind of where it starts. Today we're talking about the grounding into the energies of the Schumann resonances. Okay, and so one of the reasons is why is this important is because we need to know what the Schumann resonances are, okay, and what the electromagnetics are, how do they affect us, How do they affect our DNA? These may or may not be answered today, but these are just generally kind of the areas of what we're looking at in this kind of thing of grounding your energies. Okay. And so it's very important to know what you're looking at, when you're kind of looking at these things, the Schumann, the graphs, all these things, especially the freak out data from the other day. What was that all about? How did what actually hit 11K, kilohertz, because we're talking about now kind of legitimate, radio kind of waves. All right. So at this point, it's important to remember it's hard to see the written material. Alrighty. That's because the font's tiny. There we go, like 20. There we go. Probably a little better. No, that's not what I wanted. 20. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. I think that's a little better. All right. Old person size, and that would be me. All right. So one of the things is you have two DC circuits. There's the one on the outside of the planet. There we go. There's the one on the outside of the planet where you have the direct current of the sun hitting the magnetosphere, and then the magnetosphere is kind of the next layer in is the ionosphere. And so that is the layer that directly interacts with the Earth, and it surrounds us, envelopes us in a spherical envelope. It's the charged ions. It's how they don't escape out into space. Essentially, I think that, it kind of provides it down to even like, I think the thermosphere maybe provide this kind of protective spherical layer. And this is not for flat earthers, sorry. Nothing against you. This is just spherical kind of stuff. So the magnetosphere kind of goes way around the Earth, and then the ionosphere is kind of the sphere directly, immediately that touches the Earth. It's the kind of highly charged. It's got 200 to 250 kilo 1,000 volts. It's amplitude. It's volts. So that is not necessarily a mass. It's per se as you might think of it. It's like a plasma, densely kind of highly charged state of plasma. It's the kind of the best. There's not another way to put it. It's just this amorphous kind of fluid force that kind of hangs out up there and interacts with the magnetosphere. And so when a magnetic junction happens from a CME happens from the sun, that gets compressed. The magnetosphere gets compressed. The ionosphere gets compressed. Those lower levels get compressed as well, and you feel that, right? So one of the things about this is that there's two DC circuits that happen. Okay, one is the high charge of the ionosphere, which is itself interacting with the intermagnetic lines of force from the sun. The other one is the DC circuit of the Earth itself. That's what we are ground into. Okay, that's a much different potential than the 200,000 plus volts of. Get you on live. Hi, hello, hi, Cindy. So if you got to understand the two systems, they usually are insulated by air, which is mostly nitrogen, some oxygen, there's argon in there. But then there's the insulating cavity, as I call it, relative to the Schumann. Okay, this is some earth science, is relative to the Schumann. So there is this insulating cavity, what's called a waveguide, that the Schumann resonance is bouncing. Okay, now electromagnetics can travel through a vacuum. Okay, they can travel through the vacuum of outer space. That's what light is. It's electromagnetic, but it's also plasma. You see a flash, you may see a flash, but you will feel the CME and you will be overwhelmed. It'll, like Wages was just talking about the Carrington event. That's why this was sort of relevant. It just is, excuse me, kind of a good lead in to this topic that I don't know if I can do anything to make it less blurry other than make it Arial black. I see a red door and I want to make it black. There we go. All right. So, I'm not sure how much better I can make it than that. Have it right in the middle. All right. So, it basically says, this is from the 24th, Earth as Earth as a DC and an AC circuit. The Earth sphere is a component of two separate circuits, of the moving energy around the EMF field. Oh, yeah, okay, that's nice. The EMF field, all right. DC is the direct current circuit. It generates from the direct radiation of the sun to the Earth, the IMF, the interplanetary, or what the heck is it? The interplanetary magnetic field. It connects us, and so again, it blasts uh, the magnetosphere, and then the ionosphere, and then down to us. Okay, and so then that further transmits and conducts through the planet, and usually, how do I say this? Like, even though it conducts down, a lot of this is kind of light energy and kind of some. It's a range of, as it. How do I say this? As it kind of settles in, it becomes a range of molecules, a range of materials, something as it combines with the nitrogen. I'm not even sure. A compound. I'm not sure what the good word to kind of give you to explain this is, but it's a compound of the materials as it kind of interacts and roils along. Um, enter through the poles. Well, it's that's what's called the phi angle, entering through the poles. There's depending on where you are. This is a good point relative to the Schumann as well, that it's all relative to the location, the specific location of where you are, and these phi angles and the measurements are based on where they have the antennas and the receiving the detector. I'm sorry, not receiving dishes, but the detectors. Well, some cases they are receiving dishes, the detectors, whatever. Where the antenna, whatever the machinery is, it's based on their local conditions. Yours are subject to change. So that's why any of you who are watchers of suspicious observers, all right, this is off the mark, suspicious observers, but it's kind of on the mark, different mark. He talked about the relative to the Schumann. We had this discussion that his argument is always that people expect too much out of the Schumann because it's got such a very limited range of applicability to the average person. It's relative to maybe 5 kilometers, or in some cases, I showed you yesterday for those who were here, 1 kilometer radius for the antenna. So outside of 1 kilometer, one stinking kilometer, your mileage will vary. Your conditions will vary. You, dear user, need to set up a You yourself need to set up an antenna. I've shown you enough the low-fi, low-budget kind of arrangements that people have. You know, where a truck with a piece of bamboo was holding up one end of the antenna, the other was on a gate. Like, oh, come on, you couldn't do that? You know, hanging between two buildings. I mean, you know, you put some filters up, whatever. I'm just saying. It's a thing. You know, so. So the DC circuits, and then you have the alternate is in obviously this is a work in progress, but it's a very basic introduction to kind of what this is. The AC is the alternating current circuit. Results of lightning discharges, waves which vacillate, those become the Schumann resonances. Okay, so you have to think of it this way, and this is kind of building up. This may seem that I'm not on track, but I'm kind of building up to the main topic, which is to be able to ground. These are the resonance around you. These are how the Schumann resonances work. This is a basic thing. I don't think it's a waste of anyone's time for me to go over some basic earth science, especially because it relates to the Schumann resonances. And we were just, if you've been here for the beginning, it just relates to what Wages was talking about of those bursts from the sun and how they interact with us as a lot of programs or whatever talk about us as energy. They talk about us as, oh yeah, energy, like balls of energy. Well, yeah, on some level you are, but your body is also supporting that. The first very fundamental dimension and density of your life is your physical body and your heartbeat. That is I've said this before, the dimension is the linear time, and the first dimension is your heartbeat. Basically, the density is your space. So the space around the density, how small of a footprint you are energetically, that's the densities. So this is one of the things I talk about of clearing the densities. Density relates to space. And it's very important that, when we talk about density, space also, relates to the temporal. And the temporal is of the mind. The temporal is of the mental kind of aspect. And so that's sort of what this is the intersection of the DC is that upright spark that goes from the one DC to the other pole, ground, from the high potential of the voltage to the earth. And it channels it in through that insulating cavity, which usually acts as a good insulator. But then when there's, water in the atmosphere, it helps to break down the insulating quality of the atmosphere. All right. So one of the things that we're looking at is the Schumann resonances. Once that initial spark, the arc, has gone through, the Schumann resonances are the electricity that's kind of left in the air. Like, that's what we're talking about. So that's what this AC circuit is, and that's what we're talking about. That's what we're going to be looking at in this section here, grounding. All right, so all right. All right, and I am going to make this much bigger, okay, as I have seen the secret to success is to what the heck. All right, is that blurry? Can you see that? I can zoom in. There we go. All right. All right. Is that blurry? Can you see that? Okay, good. All right, good. Wonderful. You know, the thing is about the detectors. I'm going to tell you, my faithful nine who are here. Um, Here's my view on the detectors, that they're not like appliances. I've said this before in comments, I will say it here. They're not appliances like, hedge trimmers or oh my goodness, have you ever used a chainsaw? There's only a few moving parts, and yet relatively, the Schumann detectors are very complicated, very technical things that require a lot of filtering, signaling of the conditioning of the signal, and so where I find the charts is embedded in the technical literature on what they're doing. And I personally think that's how it should be. That if you want to find the results of detectors, that you need to go to who's operating them, and have them explain it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because that's how I learned that I would recommend that to someone else. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of really down with that. The idea that you really should know how they work. Bef- and so there's not another way to put it, that the detectors should be where there are the information from people who make them. I think I'm kind of stumbling over my feet here, in what I'm saying, that I've already said it, but I'm pretty sure I'm making myself clear that the layman, I think, in other words, needs to go to the technical sources to find that out. So you get a little bit of understanding of how the F they put these together, so that you can understand about local interferences. Right, we're having the same, we're still on the heels of the issue of the crazy data spikes from these guys. These were not these guys that I have in the background here. All right, so this is relative, recent. I'm sorry, very recent. We're still kind of talking about these spikes here and what were they and how to relate to us, right? So I think it's really important. The subject of this here is grounding. We're grounding in these energies, but we're also technically talking about how the Schumann antennas work, how the detectors work. We're looking for the information so that we don't run around like Chicken Damn Little with our, like the sky is falling. Like you got to know what it is you're looking at, and I think this is a pretty common sense kind of thing, but yet it does need to be said. And so that's, this is where we're at. We're coming at the heels of that, and it's important. It is important to know what it is that we're looking at. And so you understand so far the I've gone over anyway, the DC, the two DC circuits that generally are independent. They act, because of that kind of buoyant insulating cavity. It works at Wages World talks about the Earth as a capacitor, and he is correct. That's the upper atmosphere. Okay. Then there's a layer of insulating material that is what the Schumann resonances move in. And then there is the Earth as a different DC circuit that acts in its own way, with the lines of force being moved hor- uh, horizontally around the planet, basically. And that's the Schumann, the side of the Schumann resonances that is part of the one of the constants of the Schumann resonances is the planet. The surface of the size and the shape of the planet give the definition to the certain frequencies. The fundamental is 8, but the resonance the resonance harmonic is 7.8. Okay. Um, and uh, so the 7.8 frequency is a magnetic rubber band based on a constant of the surface of the planet, the shape, the speed of light, the insulating cavity, the sandwich of insulating cavity between us, basically us as a DC circuit of Earth, and then the other DC circuit of the sun. And that all that jazz out there, that way higher, much higher, higher energy that we're protected from, yet comes in, filters in as a band, relative. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum of energy comes in, kind of leaches into the atmosphere, excites, the molecules, and it gets exchanged a lot. Energy, a high charge, the voltage gets exchanged through lightning. And there's chimneys, what they call chimneys, lightning chimneys around the world, located around the equator, sort of. Uh, North America, Asia, I think Africa is one. A lot of, whatever. All right. Um, so we on this planet, it's part of what we're here for. I'm maintaining this is what we volunteered for, is to help, kind of channel these energies in, bring them in, and they're not ours to hold on to. I think that's a really, 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 really good way to remember it, is that these energies that come in that uh, are resonating in the atmosphere are not here to help you. I think they're not. They're not. They are, but they're not in a way people may think. Or people believe that they're here to do. Um, and so this is part of the job here at the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel and group on Facebook and on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. Um, um, I will miss coffee when 3D goes, if and when it goes. It's a beautiful, wonderful experience here on this planet, is coffee with sugar and heavy whipping cream in it. Um, Sig, hey Sig, hidely ho. Um, we're to be, yeah, we are to be. Was it Hedda, Helda, Narda? Oh, Narda. Hello. I saw you yesterday. I think you were here. Hi, Joanna. Cindy is here, and Wolflight. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Um, so this is one of the things that we're looking at, is relative to the Schumann resonances. How is it related to you? How is it related to us? How is this related to the ascension? The shift, the great shift, all of that. I am here. My job here is as a technician, and to kind of help break this, to reverse engineer it to you, to break a lot of this stuff down, so that it's understandable, what it is you're looking at when you see the graphs and you see the charts on the Schumann, the line charts, as well as spectrograms, spectrographs, grams rather. What are you looking at? And especially, I if we're talking about some, hey caramba, I don't know how to put it. There is the accepted plank of physics. Things have to kind of tie up and wrap up in a certain way. Things have to resolve themselves. The world of matter, that is just matter, unattached to the other part of it, without it blowing it up. Matter and the anti part of it. I don't know how to explain this. But in a world of matter, there is a definite finite end to it, an end state. Matter as it is, as just matter, and not the other part of the foundation of what allows it to be, of of consciousness, of pure consciousness, that there is a source from which it comes from, and then an end to which it all goes back to, uh, the finiteness of it. Uh, Without that kind of understanding of it, like it's a dead end path. It's its own end. And so the materialists, they're they have a hard time grasping, moving over to a non-material state of existence, which is, as we talk about, 5D, that's fifth density, right? People, I think I'm going to get off the script here for a minute and talk about density versus dimension here for a minute. All right. So I show this physically on the scale. We have the two axes. We have the upright, which is the vertical, and then we have the horizontal. So the horizontal is our spatial density. What everything is held at are those frequencies at 7.8, at 6. Interval is of 6.6. All right, so these densities of the Schumann resonances, the 6 point, the frequencies that they get fixed at, locked at, is essentially, it fluctuates zero point 0.5 hertz, okay, but it's locked in electromagnetically within that insulating chamber. That's how it compensates for it. It becomes its ringing state of those electromagnetics. The lowest ones are here at the Earth. That's at the 7.8, and then there's an even lower one, 3.3 away from that, which equals 4.5 hertz. Okay, so that's the most kind of fundamentalist one. It's not a fundamental per se, but it's a fundamental harmonic, that it settles into, and it locks you in place. And you've seen that. I've shown you that on the graph somewhere, that resonant frequency is at those. Y'all have seen hopefully have seen the the spectrogram. I'm going to be getting to it. It was in the beginning there. This here. All right, why not show it? There we go. Don't be a putz. Okay. So this right here is what we're talking about. 100%. Boom. All right. So this is today's. Picture. My graphic. Thank you all for being here. We're talking about these frequencies here. Now, the bumpy upright things, okay, these spikes are not frequency. Those are velocity. Those are electric. Okay, that's amplitude, the height of the wave right here. That's what this is. The height of the wave is amplitude. And these are upright. And you see this mast. You have to look at it as like a mast that's coming. These are the height of the wave. Like if you've seen a wave on the ocean, you know what I'm talking about. This is the white stuff, the crest of the wave, if you will. This is it. It's height, amplitude's height of this wave, this big here wave. Now, the green one acts in a different way because this is what actually touches. This is the layer that actually touches the Earth. Okay? You have to remember, this is the 0. It's down here is 0, and it's going from 0 to up. Okay, so all of these, 0, 0. That's your 0 mark there. Okay? And so when you say, I don't have the absolute relative number, but I can assure you that's close to around 30 there, 31, where it peaks out at 31 there, and that's where it's measured up. But you see these waves here, and then if you go down to you see these are synchronous between the green one here and the green one there, okay? And a little bit of the red, but not quite so much with the red. The red's kind of more lining up with its own jive there. And this is more of our flat line from yesterday. So literally that was our flat line from yesterday. And you couldn't say the machine is broken, but something. But wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know what to make of that, but it's interesting. I'm pointing it out to you. That's a flat line. Because we had that comment yesterday. We had that comment about, Tomsk flatlined. And I'm like, oh, no, honey, it didn't. It went into a feedback loop, a service feedback loop, please prove me otherwise. And I even had a technical. I don't know if that, I think some of you would remember that the wonky data discussion. There was 6 videos or 7, whatever, 10. Wonky data where it was on like the 1st of September, 2nd, 3rd, whatever, that it went into that loop, crazy loop, where it just kept repeating for a number of times, and then it went into blackout, and then they got rid of that black section and just kind of scooted it in. They got rid of all of that. Yeah, they got rid of it because I was all corrupted data or whatever. Went into some service mode. We're fine with that. I understand that. But them going into a buffer is not is not a flat line. It's just a buffer issue getting online. But this right here is a flat line. So this is interesting that you all are kind of seeing this with me. Yes. Yes, Sig, thank you. Yes, the voice of reason, another voice of reason. All right. So this is one of the things that we're looking at is how the quality, this is our in all cases with the Schumann, you have to know your sources. This is the biggest issue that I had with people talking about the one from Italy, is that, there was one person who gave me 3 different sources that first off didn't corroborate what you were saying, and furthermore did corroborate what I was saying. If you're going to talk about this and come up with some proof, you got to know what you're bringing as proof, because I know what you're looking at. Do you know what you're looking at? Because I know what you're looking at. As long as I can get a translation from the Russian or the German, and sometimes I don't even need a translation of the German. I can just see the numbers on the side. So this is one of the things. Again, we start down at 0. So one of the things that we're looking at is the combination of how the quality and the magnetics work together. The frequency is the wavelength of how big it is. When we talk about radio waves, they talk about a frequency band. So if you're familiar with terrestrial radio, either megahertz or kilohertz or whatever, any of these tuning dials, with the numbers, that is either the amplitude or the frequency modulation, like AM and FM. That's what they are. The amplitude is the height. Okay. Amplitude is the height. What they're not telling you is sort of different. It's sort of, this is AM radio here, the height of it, and then the frequency of it is the wavelength. So they increase the wavelength. See this here? This is the quality. This is the wavelength here, but this is the difference in the size of the waves. These two, the quality and the frequency, correspond to each other. And as I've said before, this right here, you have to remember, these are coming at you. These are ground hugging, and these are the waves that are bouncing off of the earth, that are closest to the earth, whereas the amplitude waves are up in the trees, up in the these go as the tree grows. I think that's a good way to remember it. And this goes as the ground goes. Okay. So like I said, these are traditionally the ones that are closest to the ground. And so if you don't, like I said, these are coming at you laterally at the heart, like the heart space. That's why you would feel this in, like in your heart, kind of palpitations, your heart rhythm. I think your general overall heart rhythm is in this right here. This is current. This is your current, and this is your charge. Okay. So high charge days are the high amplitude days. And this is where you'll hear a lot of that ringing transduced in your ear, where you'll hear this, going from in your ears, this first, I submit to you that first you would feel like the vertigo, and then you would likely hear the ringing, but it doesn't necessarily have to go in that order. You may get them one or the other, I don't know, whatever, but the two of them are related, they're interrelated. And so when you're feeling the nausea comes down here. When you're feeling this kind of dealio in the pit of your stomach, you have to look at these kind of waves down here, the kind of base of your spine, um, and you feel it in your knees, your connective tissues, your joints, your muscles will ache. You'll feel it in your bones. Uh, these heavy waves down here of these heavy frequencies, and again, this is a learning tool, so you don't see the numbers here, but they're like this tops out at like 30 over here. So these are kilometers. Okay. So the wavelength, so these are higher frequencies because the wavelength is a higher frequency. Okay. And your quality, this is the magnetics of it. So the quality, this is measured in the picotesla. But you have to remember there's a calculus, there's a math involved, or multiplication, and I don't know exactly what the frequency is. Somewhere I suppose I could find it, but if I did, I probably wouldn't understand it that much. But I will tell you just basically, there is a multiplication of this at any given point on the chart. You have to kind of do a Cartesian thing of matching up point by point, which I'm not going to do. But we'll just say, take an example of this point here, where it's an obvious one, that drop it down here. So whatever if I'm in the right place, yeah, all right. So all right. So it looks like there wasn't, sorry about that. It looks like, all right, so there wasn't anything here, but you look down there, all right, as close as you can get the peak, right? It's not point for point, but you understand what I'm saying. This was an abnormal peak. So it's way up here at 710. You take the number, that's what we're looking at, the number here is 710, and then the nearest number here of 782, and you look at, I think it would be this crest. It would be the crest here, between that, the crest, the top of that one and the top of that one, which are pretty notable. So you take those numbers, 710, they're both 710, and then the 782. So you would multiply them out and then average them out, but that is those peaks represent a density in there, which you would see here. This density, the physical frequency of these waves become the density, electromagnetic density, like are you familiar with an electromagnet? Are you familiar with an electromagnet? Okay? If you've ever been to the junkyard, where they do cars. Okay, I think there I am. Okay, if you've ever been to the junkyard where they do cars, then you will be familiar with with an electromagnet and how it can pick up stuff from a distance. That is the gravity component to electromagnetics. Okay. But it's at the end spectrum of it where you're feeling it. And so part of this is that there is a resonance, a sympathetic resonance that develops with these electromagnetics, especially the ones that are here and this part of it that are the mid-grade. What I call the mid-grade is the ones that are amber colored, that are like rust or pumpkin. Like, here's a good example of this range of colors. Look at that beautiful range. Look at that. I love that. That's very recent. That's today. All right. So you see that people call that a whiteout condition, but as I've shown you, this is white, like in a wave, the churning of the wave. Water can be clear, but then you see it gets churned up and agitated. That's what the whiteout condition of the Schumann resonances is that it becomes it's not a whiteout per se, but the chart is showing it to you as a heavy white because it's the tallest of the waves. If they used a different color, if they had used yellow, that would not be white, that would be yellow. Right? I hope that makes sense to people. We've talked about this before. This is, something to do with the modes as well, because the modes equal the color code that they use to represent certain segments of the chart, and some are more superlative than others. I don't know a better way to put it, but some of these are higher. Higher. It's an amplitude. It's a higher wave. That whole wave is right there. All right. So the density, that's a whiteout condition right there. Right, the density is, getting back to this really quick, and I don't know the exact equation to do this, but you see what I'm saying? You take those two right there, the 710, both 710, and then this number here, 7.82, we'll just consider the same with both of them, or 7.9, rounded up to 7.9. And so you multiply all those together and you average it out. That would be your kind of density number, because it's the current, it's the physical part of what the electric, after the electric is done and it's discharged into the immediate environment, it's becoming, it's going from up there to down here. It's becoming part of you, and it's resonating with you, or it is resonating you, either or. And by you doing the binaural beats, you got to look at this a different way. Here in my channel, whatever, you got to look at this a different way. That by you resonating at the planet, it's you feel better. Yes, it does have that effect. Yes, you're at one with everything, but you still have to take that feeling of oneness, of yesness with everything, and transmute it to the planet and give it to the planet. Right? If you're at that point where you realize it makes you feel better, you got to go the one step even a little further and give it to the planet, and give the love to the planet, because it belongs to it and not you. You of your nature are not the DC circuit. You're just embedded in this DC circuit because it's the form of the planet. But you of your nature, of your spiritual nature, are indifferentiated. And as you start moving upward in density into light, concentrated light, not scattered light, but concentrated light, as you start moving up in your pathway, you respond to the upper resonances, but you have to release the lower ones first. And that's part of what this does, is it's using you as a transducer. You become a transducer, you become a capacitor, and you don't want to be a capacitor. You want to be a transducer. Okay, a capacitor is something like a capacity. You fill it up, it holds on to energy. So the ionosphere is a capacitor. The atmosphere that we breathe is a resistor. Okay, and it normally resists those high charges. It's fine enough. And we have a lower voltage system of the earth, right? That's more current, north to south, east to west, than it is positive to negative, all right? So that's the difference between the amplitude and the quality, the electrics versus how how the electrics work versus how the magnetics work, is the DC circuit of the ionosphere moves positive to negative charge, high charge, positive to negative. Okay. The Earth is generally negative. Okay, negative charge. What happens is that the Earth is current based, north, south, east, and west. And it flows. Source itself is undifferentiated love. Best way to put this. Source itself is undifferentiated love. Okay, this is how I came to understand it when I was 13 or whatever, when I asked for the ultimate truth. Please explain this to me, because there is so many different versions and variations, so many different pathways to love that you can take, and some are negative and they take you underground in various places, but love itself is an undifferentiated force that acts equally on everyone. That's where you can get science to work completely, totally unrelated, because it's your love, your passion, right? It doesn't matter your personality. However, the concubine to undifferentiated knowledge, love, it's what you love. You invested your time in. I love the Schumann Resonances. Therefore, any of you who are interested in the Schumann Resonances as much as I am, I love you as well. It's my interest. Okay, that's the masculine, divine masculine, if you will. The feminine part of it is the differentiated part, the form, where she takes form as an expression of love, the divine utterance. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. They were inseparable. Right? The Logos. Terence McKenna, if any of you have heard of the Logos, it's a term I heard way back in Bible school, learning about the Greek. The Logos is basically the tongue of fire that appears over the heads of the apostles. That represents the crown. The crown chakra has opened up. It represents the fire, the infinite fire of of her grace, the Logos. Okay. So within this, the impersonal love, just everyone, whatever, you all get it. Everyone, yeah, equally. You all get it. No one's favorite. There are no favorites with love. You all do. Everyone, whatever. I don't care. Right? So within that, right? Holy fuck! You don't care about it? Yeah, it's all the same. Yeah, you get it. Well, aren't there any favorites? Yeah, you get it too. Yeah, you're a favorite. Yep, you're my favorite. You're my favorite. Right? How boring is that? Right? Okay. So, in order to hide from itself, God creates humans. God creates the ego suit, or allows. God doesn't create nothing. God allows, by permission, allows stuff to happen, because you made a good point. You convinced it. Sure, try it. Whatever. It's an experiment. All right. See how it works. Why not? The laws of physics can apply to you, if you put your mind to it and consciousness and focus on it. It can be opened to you. Pressed down, shaken together, with good measure, and running over. Bam, it's yours. If you focus on negativity, you focus on I can't, guess what happens? Sure, that's what you wanted. Okay, yeah, you can't. All right, that make you happy? More miserable? You like being miserable. Oh, okay, you get more misery. Sure. Yeah, does that make you? Oh, no, you like more of it? All right, okay. That's kind of how the impersonal works. The source, the source of all misery. Sure, yep, it's there. So it's part of what the grounding is the negativity, you can give it back. You can give it back to source. Source is big enough to accept the I messed up. I don't know. The F you, God. You're you're a jerk, God. You're an a-hole. F you. The creator of all things can withstand it. F you, you're an a-hole. Whatever. Sure. Okay. Is that how you feel? Okay. But if you make those claims, you need to sit down and listen. And that's what the divine utterance is. That's what his concubine is supreme arch, expression of love and all its many forces and splendors, and the prism and all these different ways of differentiating things. It's to give us the ability to speak forth things to happen, But I humbly submit that these wonderful things can't happen or don't happen. You don't get any elevation until you learn how to kind of use the elements around you. And the reason I have this picture here is because this is one of the ways that I help ground. I started doing this at the job that I worked at downtown at the Eagle, the one I got the one I get the speakers for, those crazy 3 foot tall 1,000 watt jammies I was not expecting. I got them from my old boss from downtown, and it's in the middle of the city. It's in the middle of all that asphalt and concrete, but there it is. There's my little Shangri-La, and that's a mullein that I got growing wild out in a field that they were ripping up. So this is one of the ways that I do. We're talking about grounding, and there is a legitimate lesson that comes with this, but this is one of the reasons why I posted this is because working with stones themselves, feeling these, looking at the different types of rocks and minerals, picking them up with your hands, the different types of granite. And I will tell you something. I'm way into minerals and rocks and earth and stuff, and I am extremely interested in, geology and that type stuff. Well, I knew right away that this piece right here was westerly granite. And that is, westerly is a part of the south part of the state here. And it's pink. Anyone else looking at it would say, oh, that's very pretty. And they might ask, where did they get it from? Well, there's a local cathedral around here that has some of it. And they used it, the local cathedral had used it to pave, kind of do decorative stuff. It was busted up, it was broken, it was kicked to the side. I'm like, oh, hell no. Oh, F-bomb, no. I'm taking that home and using it. And so another way of, as an introduction, maybe this is even a teaser into the lesson here. Another way of keeping grounded is to do what you love. To do what you love doing. Do the things that makes you happy, that makes you enjoy getting up in the morning, even if you're not getting paid for it. Do it anyway. And the benefit that I got from doing this was that I got to talk to people out there in the neighborhood, and I got to get to know people who benefited, who liked seeing the flowers. And so I'd done these like 5 years. I put them I had done each like one of these boxes successively. How many do you see? All right, there you go. Yeah, all right. So I had done one of these boxes. You say they all have a little different character. So I have done one of these boxes basically every year that I've had that. This was the first one with no tree. And these right here are bits and pieces of the old road when they had done some road work and chewed it up before they repaved it. These are bits and pieces of the original road. These are granite cobblestones, which are not westerly granite, but they're still nice and nonetheless. And these are bits and pieces of the city that's breaking apart. And these are all bricks. This one is kind of my favorite because it all kind of looks uniform. I don't want to call it my favorite, but they're all my favorite. Just like God, they're all my favorite. I love them all equally. And so, and so I've been developing these as an act of love to the planet, and that way it helps me ground it. It's not that I'm doing this because I want the neighborhood to look great, or because I want people to like me, or because, there are other reasons. I love plants. I have extra plants, lots of extra plants. I wanted it to look nice there. I work there, is available. Yes, I love rocks. The difference between a rock and a stone. A rock is what you find out in the field. A stone is when you bring it home and put it on the hearth of your fireplace. A stone is building material. A rock is what you find out in the field. The difference between dirt and soil is dirt is what you find out in the field, or no, dirt is what is growing under, dirt is what is under your fingernails, and soil is what you grow things in. Okay. Dirt is what's under your fingernails, soil is what you grow things in. Okay, good way to remember that. there are boulders. If it's too big to be a stone, meaning it's useful as material, it's a boulder basically. That's, people describe it different ways, but if it's too big to be useful in some decorative way, or as like, if you have a fireplace, right? It may or may not be so decorative, but it's useful, like that kind of a thing, or building material. Uh, like those are all kind of things. And so that's another way of keeping grounded is working with the plants, working in the soil, rocks themselves, working with natural materials. Um, you know, uh, the stones themselves help you actually absorb part of you, ground you. They literally ground you. And that's one of the things, before I'm going even into the learning material here, one of the things to remember about this is you're trying to get rid of an excess charge. You're trying to uh, relieve and release the excess. How do I say this? All right. Your skin itself has a resistance to it, but it has a galvanometric. Your skin itself carries a residual charge. Okay. Your internal organs produce a certain charge, that small charge. It's sort of protected by your skin and the auric field. Okay. Um, how do I explain this? Your skin, when they do a lie detector test, when they do the polygraph, they hook it up to electrodes to your skin, so it measures the conductivity of your skin, your galvanometric quality to your skin. Okay. Now, your blood inside, it kind of generates a charge, but it's a smaller outside charge than what your fingers and your skin can conduct through static electricity. So that's one of the things that is part of the grounding, um, uh, getting rid of the charge when you're grounding, okay, that you're trying to release or channel through, how do I say this? You can conduct a charge either electrostatically through your skin, through your outside way, or it'll go through you. Okay. So you can hold on to a residual charge and feel frazzled and feel that's like a static charge that builds up on your outside, and you haven't discharged it, you haven't released it. So there are levels to this of you still have is quality dependency mode for, let me read that. Called the trough. Bradley, no, I've never heard of it called the trough, but in general, the trough is the low part of a wave. So the green would have the lowest part of the wave. Right. So I mean, yeah, technically it is called the trough. Yeah, the trough is the low part of the wave. And that would be in the green range, yes. But the green itself is not called the trough. It just happens to be the lowest. I'm reading the comments here. Okay, all right, I'm caught up in the comments. All right, so thank you. Bye, Valha. Valha. All right, so thank you all for being here. Thank you all for sticking around, the 11 of you who are now here. All right, so I have explained to this point what, I mean, I've really given a good, my videos tend to be a long time, I guess, because I try and give a lot of background, and I do go over some basics, and I remind people of some basics, and I personally think that's all right. And I treat this as if there's newcomers here, and I try and answer basic questions, because unless you understand the basics, we can't go further. I think this is simple enough to everyone, but that I'm working on the material and I'm moving along with everything. But if there's basic questions on even the most basic stuff that's not really related, I got to answer it. Because if we're stuck at stuff from a couple lessons ago, then we're not, no one's moving on. You know, that's one of the lessons in this, that I have a small viewership for me here. I have a small viewership during these things, and I get a chance to interact with people directly, and I can answer questions directly because if you have them, other people do. And I always want to make sure that the basics, we understand the basics before I get onto the really advanced stuff. And I don't need this to be complicated for myself to make me sound good, because then y'all leave and then big fucking deal. I sound great. I'm by myself. Woohoo! You know? No, it's much more fun to be with everyone here and to make sure we all understand it thoroughly. You know, and so there's no confusion on any of this, even if it's the most basic stuff of what are the modes and the word the trough. Does it relate to that? Well, no, it doesn't. It does and does, you know, does and doesn't, depending on how I'm reading the question. That's a great enough question there of what that is. And, you know, sometimes I can answer it, sometimes not. But, you know, things that interest me, I'll always look them up anyway. All right. So, where are we? So, the relevance of the grounding here, and I put in the description for this particular video before we started this. One of the things I was doing is I was putting the text. Let me just say this: a good chunk of the text that's here, I have actually put in the description. So you yourself can go over to the description and the words right now. All of this right here. Why is it important? All the way from that. This is, you'll get the majority of that over there. And you know, they're only allow you so many words, 5,000 characters. So you know, like you know, things like this, I can't give you the whole written stuff, but that's what the Patreon account is for. So I can give you not only the video, but all of the text that goes with it. That's why the Patreon account is important, is because it gives you access to all of it. And I have been absent in the Patreon account, but I'm going to start soon. I'm going to start soon updating it and making sure everyone, you know, gets full access to this. You know, because you only get 5,000 characters, and this goes more than 5,000 anyway. So thank you for everyone who's here, and I want to make sure to let you know that, and that's why I did that. Part of why I ran Wagers World was because I wanted to kind of get some of the stuff there ready, so that you can see yourself. You can go yourself to your own computer and blow it up to 2,000 if you need to, and there you'll have it. All right. So I'm an hour and a half into this. Okay, so maybe I think maybe I'm ready to do the actual lesson. So so basically, I went over the two DC circuits. I went in over how this relates to the Schumann resonances, what they are. Schumann resonances are in the environment. They're all around us. They're electromagnetic kind of strings that pull a certain frequency and pull to, or they get taught at a certain frequency, and then it vibrates with you due to a few principles: ferroelectricity, through piezoelectrics, through magnetic induction, some very scientific kind of technical stuff. That is why, and that's how. I'm reading a question here. In winter, how can I ground? Okay, well, Cindy, I will go over that at the very end. There's different ways you can ground, but it's small ways. And keep in mind that how do I say this? That you can bring, if you have a house, you can bring plants into your house. Okay? In a lot of places, if it's cold, there will be a cellar there. The cellar generally is in the ground. It's cement often, but some of them may be fieldstone. And so in the winter, in such a case that you have a house with a cellar, you are doing well because you're actually into the ground. You're some feet into the ground, and you can um, have a mat, some kind of mat on the ground, or a blanket or something where you actually can be physically as much on it as you would want to be, um, on the cement, and you just picture yourself in the womb of the earth, right? And so it becomes um, a kind of healing quality that you're in the womb. Okay. I think that answers the question. All right. So um so why all right, so the Schumann resonances, why is it important to channel this energy and to get it out of you, is because it's not yours. You shouldn't be holding on to it. You resonate at these low frequencies. And so your body itself operates at these, I don't want to say operates, but it gets attuned to these Schumann resonances as a part of your regulation. It's part of the planet, but and part of this is it's because of your connection to the earth that gets kind of broken. When you resonate, it's like the same things with being with people and resonating kind of at the same vibration of your friends. Um, so uh, as long as you have a connection to that, you will feel much better. Okay. So um, so you you yourself are vibrating at this frequency, and these are the optimal frequencies to transduce this energy. There are the external influences that we have that we hold on to that are important to get rid of. Okay, so the excess buildup of charge in a person's life is what we're talking about. There we go. Yes, Epsom salts bath, uh, salt water. That's one of the things that helps. Um, the residual charge around you of your skin, your galvanometric, sweating. If your fingers are sweating, like that type of a thing will cause you to maintain a charge. It's the galvanometric, the affect the electrolytes of your skin move energy. And that's why you have inherent within the power of your touch, there is an energy you have in your touch. Uh, okay. So that's one of the things that it's important to remember, that like the laying on of hands, some churches, some religions have that kind of laying on of hands, and it's one of the things that if you have a built-up accumulated energy in your hands, you can affect that to someone else. You do discharge a static electrical charge to someone. You rub your feet on a rug, and you have an electrical charge. You can kind of transmit that to someone, right? So we in our the power in our extremities, we have the power in our extremities that you can transmit, and you can do with it what you want, and you can do, how do I say this? You can move that energy in certain ways. You can raise your fist. You can, punch someone. You can laying on of hands. You can write. You can be a sculptor. You can fly a plane. You know, you have these built-up charges. You can work out, lift weights. But you have these built-up energy in us as being a self kind of regulating machine, and that charge is what needs to get dispersed somewhere. So This is part of one of the things I'm talking about of grounding is how to release that built up static charge of your external body. Some people have sex, they have intimate, relationships, they hug, they cuddle, they have uh, uh, a wonderful like massaging each other. That's a great way to ground out you and yourself. Yourself and your partner is through massaging and through physical touch with someone, with your partner. um, and it helps, especially if you kind of use an oil or something. It helps kind of neutralize that external energy, and you wind up, how do I say this? Both people will wind up with a net benefit. And yeah, pain is held energy. Pain is not just held energy, it's held in a certain place. I think that's really important to remember, that you don't just hold pain randomly. You hold it in the place that has been hurt and damaged. And until a person is able to move through that damaged area, you will always keep reliving it. Right? It's there. It's always there. After the event has played itself through and you resolved it mentally in your head, a lot of times people think that, if I don't deal with it, I won't have to, if I don't think about it, I won't have to deal with it. And yet, people will wonder why they're not getting ahead in life and they blame other people. They feel victimized. Right? And the same principle, I will offer to you this humbly, the same principle that applies with knowing the Schumann resonances and the detectors. You are a Schumann resonance detector. Okay? You are your own detector. You don't need a machine. I'll tell you how to read the machines, but I'm always trying to show you how it relates to you in your life. And it doesn't matter if you know how to read the machine. What's important is the principles I'm giving you in the amplitude and the magnetics and the quality and all of that, and how it relates to you. The Schumann antenna is only a representative. You yourself are a Schumann electromagnetic radio frequency antenna. And the principle with electronics of if there's a noisy signal of the dirt in the line, it's going to give you a bad signal. And so that's one of the things that's important to know about the Schumann machines, is that they get filtered. And in the same respect of you in your ascension, you need to have, a person needs to have some filters in their life as well. And part of one of those kind of filters is the discharge of energy, of thinking. Right? If this all makes sense, hopefully it does. All right. Um, so so what we're doing with this is we're trying to release these energies that are around us, because they start vibrating at the lower frequencies, and we don't want that. We don't want to vibrate at these low frequencies of the 7.8, 4.5, 14.1, 20 point, you know, 7, or 27. We want to vibrate at the 33 hertz, 33 and higher mark. And that's where our, where you don't see, where am I? Where, all right. So, and I don't know where this crazy mark from here is coming from, by the way, but this is at the 33 mark. And this is interesting that you're seeing something, but this is basically the resonance, that the density that we're looking to go to is this 33 mark right here, right? This high resonance stuff. But this is all, you can't, the way it is now, one can't get this, or well, let me say this. One can't get this without these also intensifying. Okay? So you see it's filling in here, filling in here, filling in here. And then there's these upper resonances developing in here. And these are very interesting as well. Right? So this is the area that we're looking to resonate at in this area here. Okay? Until you clear out this lower stuff of these in here, a person is not getting you're not getting any elevation. All right. So all right. So what does it mean to ground? Why is this important? Simply put, relative to the Schumann resonances, grounding is to release or channel, to direct. Thank you, Cindy. All right. The grounding or to channel or to release or direct the energies which accumulate in a certain person's body or your auric fields in the earth ground. All right. So I'm not sure how complicated this sounds, but it's actually fairly simple. When we look at the Schumann resonances, we're looking at, sorry. Hello. When we're looking at the Schumann resonances, we're looking at radio waves at the lowest end of the spectrum. Radio waves, so these ones right here, generally speaking, at the lowest end of the spectrum, or by at least, how do we put it? At least by theory, the Schumann resonances are the lowest end of the spectrum. So from 0.3 to approximately 46 hertz, or under 50. Okay, so approximately 0 to 50 is the range of the Schumann resonances is. The frequencies can't rise, but it's the harmonic, the next harmonic that gets activated up there. But you have to, it's like stacking wood. You can't get, that's how the densities work. You can't get to the higher one until you've established the lower one first. And so that's why, when you say they're rising, it's like, no. The 7.8 is well established. And that's, if anything, bolder and more resonant, more vibrant, because it has to build on that. You can't do away with it and then have the next higher one. I mean, that's not how it works here in third density, and so radio waves are at the low end of the spectrum. Okay. Radio waves are electromagnetic frequency, and these are at the lowest end of the frequency band. The two important components to this are electricity and magnetism. Electricity is the vertical conductivity portion of the Schumann resonance signal. So that's this right here. That is amplitude. Okay. Magnetism propagates outwards or laterally, hitting the ground or hugging the ground, as they call it. Schumann resonances are subtle yet ever-present energies which circle around the globe. These resonances may be subtle, but so too are the tiny crystals of the inner ear, as too is the DNA, which comprises human beings and other organic life on this planet. DNA, which is dioxyribonuclaic acids, are proteins and sugars, which they're polysaccharides, technically, which have a crystalline structure. At this point, okay, so I want to find, I had done, there we go. No, not that. All right, so I wanted to find, there's an article on the piezoelectric principle of ololiths. There it is. And then here it is, right in the shot. All right, so this right here All right. So this right here, this is the picture, the isolated crystal on a firm formvar. All right, covered TEM. I forget. E is electron microscope. So I'm not sure what the T is, but E is electron microscope. All right. So this is the like the nanometer scale, tiny, tiny, and this is at the resolution of x times 12,000. So they blew that up 12,000 times of what it is, and which what you'd actually see. It's 12 times, 12,000 times, right? So this is one crystal. There's another one, and you see how. All right. SEM picture of isolated microcrystal on a formvar covered TEM grid. Notice the multi-layered structure and the sharpened extremities. So they're showing you different layers of how they're kind of, it's not quite perpendicular like that. All right. All right. And so that's the pictures. All right. So that's an article there that I have, but I wanted you all to see that. Where am I? All right. So you have an idea of the crystals that we're talking about. Okay. So you have that picture in your head. So at this point, the phrase piezoelectric principle becomes important. All right. And so while I have it here, I want to define piezoelectric. This is something I brought up before. This is not for those who've been here for a while, this is not a new concept. This is not a new phrase that I've used. So for those of you who are new here, okay, welcome. And this is something I'm going to let you in on the joke of, what piezoelectrics is. And I will give you a little how do I say this? I will give you a little kind of story that, the background of this, how I first heard of piezo electrics or piezo crystals was that I had worked on speakers and sound and audio reproduction, like from as soon as I was a teenager. I've always been interested in music and, sound reproduction. And I always broke apart any speakers I saw on the side of the road. I tried to fix them and all of that. And so I learned a lot of principles behind getting sound to work the clearest. So one of the principles of I forget who was the first one I saw that had it or where exactly the first one was, but they have piezoelectric tweeters, and what they are is it's wafers of a crystal that they sandwich between an electroconductive material, like say a copper donut, if you will, and so they send a charge to the copper donut and it excites the crystals which are they're wedged there in the crystals. So at the right voltage it produces a crystal clear representation of a high pitched note, right? And so you can't use that with the low, the low end, but you have the range of the high range that you can make. All right. So that's how I first knew about it when I was like 12 or 13. And so I was like, oh, I'll bet you here. All right. So how this is essentially one of the questions of how I'm breaking this apart from the grounding thing to talk about piezoelectrics, because piezoelectrics affect crystals and crystalline structures like polysaccharides, polymers. It affects your DNA. All right. So piezoelectricity is the electric charge that accumulates in certain materials such as crystals, certain ceramics, and biological matters such as DNA and various proteins in response to mechanical stress. The word piezoelectricity means electricity resulting from pressure and latent heat. It is derived from the Greek word piezin, which means to squeeze or press, and electron, which means amber or ancient source of electrical charge. Okay, so Jacques and French physicist Jacques and Pierre Curie that discovered piezoelectricity in 1880, the piezoelectric effect, results in the linear electromechanical interaction between the mechanical and electrical states and crystalline materials with no inversion symmetry. All right, so what is inversion symmetry? In crystallography, a point group which contains an inversion center is one of its symmetry elements, and centrosymmetry in such a point group. For every point in the unit cell, there is an indistinguishable point. Such point groups are also, I don't know what I'm reading there. All right. So the piezo electric effect is a reversible process. Materials exhibiting piezoelectric effect, and this says piezoelectric metal can be used. All right. Lead, zirconate, titanite, barium titanite, and lead titanite. So titanium is one of those things that responds to piezoelectrics. So the internal generation of an electrical charge results from an applied mechanical force also exhibit the reverse piezoelectric effect. The internal generation of a mechanical strain resulting from an applied electrical force, for example, lead zirconate. Do you see that? So when it's transformed, you see a charge gets transmitted that way. P, that's a charge, okay, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So the link zirconate titanate crystals will generate measurable piezoelectricity when their static structure is deformed by about 0.1% of the original dimension. Conversely, those same crystals will change, about 0.1% of their static dimension when an external electric force is applied to the material. The inverse piezoelectric effect is used in the production of ultrasonic sound waves. All right, so ultrasonic is where you start getting into the magnetic band. Okay, remember, sound moves through a compressible medium. Ultrasound is where you start getting into higher pitch and higher frequencies, and you start getting into the radio kind of end of it, which are much more faster than sound waves. All right, so uh, it's and basically they said this is an interesting kind of article to read just on what piezoelectricity is, but it see many functions here. You see exploited by a number of useful applications such as production and detection of sound, piezoelectric inkjet printing, generation of high voltages. Okay, that right there should make your that should make the hairs on your neck kind of stand up, or your spidey senses take note when they're talking about basically high voltages, generation of high voltages, because it works both ways. That not only are they able to generate high voltages, but they're able to uh, absorb high voltages. So this is one of, right, their ultrasonic nozzle focusing. All right. So you see, there's a lot that piezoelectrics can do, and that's one of the reasons that it's important to know this principle here, piezoelectrics. That's why I just gave you the definition. All right. So basically, piezoelectric principle is a two-part process. We just went over this, but one side of the oh, that should be certain. One side is that certain crystal structures such as DNA, we just went through that, quartz polymer, polysaccharides, the things that you're made of, proteins, polysaccharides, quartz, calcium, your bones, everything about you is able to be resonated by the radio waves around you. and by the Schumann resonances. All right. So it transforms when electrical signal is applied to it. The other side of this is that it will produce an electric charge if it is deformed or compressed. What this is saying is that uh, what this is saying is that an applied charge, electrical charge applied to the proteins or DNA, will cause movement or deformation. Humans, conversely, through concerted, focused efforts, are able to produce an electric charge through our activity. Again, we have the conductivity, the galvanometric function of the skin that transfers and transmits an electrical, that static charge around your body. Hi, be kind. I'm well. Hopefully, sort of, more or less. Well enough, I guess. Well enough to do a live cast. Um, So that crystalline, your bones are calcium, which are crystalline in nature, as well as the tiny crystals of your inner ear. And I just showed you one example of that. That's the crystals that are of your pineal. That's where that article came from. But it's a good example of what you see. It's the same size, the same kind of shape of the calcium of your inner ear. Okay, if you look up otolith, that's generally a picture of what an otolith is. And because you just got here, I think, be kind. I think you just got here. So I had shown this to the class. This is a review. So these are our examples of what the microcrystal is, the calcium powder, calcium chloride. So that's what one of those looks like, the crystal. Essentially, it's a good picture for you to picture what it is. It's not exactly, but it's close enough. It's of this in the body, the same general kind of area that you can see, basically what it is that we're talking about. Okay. All right. So this otolith, this is what we're talking about here. So the piezoelectric principle, I went over that. That's where if you apply an electric charge, which is ever present in the environment, uh, in the form of the Schumann resonances, that is always affecting the crystals of your body, the crystals of your bones, the crystals of your DNA itself, the sugars, the proteins, and the crystals of your inner ear, the crystals in your pineal, which I'm not sure you're supposed to have those, but there it is. That's what one is. All right. So this is how the Schumann resonances become important to you, because these crystals are vibrating in resonance with these lower frequencies, and it's not what you're looking for, but it's sort of irresistible because the hold of that amber is so intense. And that's part of the reason why things go kind of a little crazy. They may go a little batty at times of heavy amplitude, because the electrics are ringing the crystals. That's the effect of those heavy amplitude, the heavy electric days, is that they're ringing these crystals in your ear. Okay, looks like I'm back. I was buffering for a second there. This gives me a chance to make some coffee, I think. All right. So, thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone's time and attention. Actually, I'm going to take a coffee break, so I'm going to play some music. Normally, if Alex was here, he would play music for me, um, but he's not, so I'm going to just play something that's on, anything that's on. Anything on the, let me open a file here. Oh, you know what? Let's see what this is. Okay. All right, this is a good chance for anyone here to take a coffee break or a smoke break or whatever. I'm going to take a few minutes to just kind of get together. I made some coffee. Going to try and play some music. All right. You got any music? Okay, here we go. All right, so I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. 5-ish minutes.
You tell me that you love me, yeah, yeah.
It's time to go to work. All right, I'm back. Where am I? There I am. Hello. All right, got my coffee. This is we're looking at the most current Schumann resonances. I was pulling a Hermeticus while I was on smoke break, and thank you all for being here. So this is right to hit the moment. I just hit refresh right when I came over. And that was essentially this is the teaching model that I was using with. Hello, hi Bradley. So this is the teaching model that I had used when I hold on, there we go. All right. So when I was at the hello, I love and I don't like technology at the same time. I can. Just because my email is ifixtechnology01 doesn't mean I really like it. I'll fix it, but just because I need something to do, and someone's got to reverse engineer this crap. Anyway, so this is the Disclosure News site. They're not picking up the Italian feed anymore. They're back to the one in Russia, the Tomsk. And we're still sort of having this ongoing debate over whether or not the data was doctored at Tomsk. And no, it wasn't. Don't be over my channel and kind of saying that unless you get some kind of proof. They just don't use a problem getting online as a problem with the world. At least the world according to Tomsk. They're my peeps. I love them. And I will defend them against anyone. Just know that I will defend the Tomsk people. I just lost two users. Obviously, they're people that were in on the conspiracy myth. I don't even want to dignify it by calling it a myth. that data was doctored at Tomsk, and it wasn't. All right. So, all right. So, back to the teaching material. So, as I had shown there, that the you have those crystals, and you know what I want to do? I actually want to find you a picture of the cochlea. That's not it. I think I took it off my. Um, think I had taken it off of my browser. All right. Let me just look this up for you. Okay. Cochlea. All right. So, you know what? Let's do this. Images. Bam. Because it is a video. There we go. All right. So we have, I've used these before, but you see the cochlea. I just want to see if they have pictures of the. All right, I'm trying to see if I can find pictures of the little crystals that are actually the in the cochlea. All right. All right. So I'm not finding the actual crystals that are in the cochlea. This is what I'm looking for. I want to find a picture of these. So, but you see what we're talking about here. This is the cochlea of your ear, and this is the source of the ringing. And this is definitely related. Before you click off here, looking for grounding techniques, part of this is integral to grounding out those frequencies that you're getting in your ears. This is something really, really, really. Piezoelectric materials mimic the function of the cochleal sensory epithelium. Oh my God, if this wasn't providence enough, holy fuckstick. This is on Schumann Resonances. Inner ear, there we go. That's where that belongs. Okay. All right. So this is money shot right here. All right. Cochleal hair cells convert sound vibration into electrical potential, and loss of these cells diminishes auditory function. In response to mechanical stimuli, piezoelectric materials generate electricity, suggesting that they could be used in place of hair cells to generate an artificial cochleal epithelium. Here, we report that a piezoelectric membrane generated electrical potentials in response to sound stimuli that were able to induce auditory brain stem responses in deafened guinea pigs, indicating its capacity to mimic basal membrane function. In addition, sound stimuli were transmitted through the external auditory canal to the piezoelectric membrane implanted in the cochlea, inducing it to vibrate. In addition to sound, to the middle ear ossicle induced voltage output from the implanted piezoelectric membrane. These findings established the fundamental principles for the development of hearing devices using piezoelectric materials, although there are many problems to be overcome before practical application. Oh, you got that right, honey. That's what I'm thinking. There's got to be a number of issues to get over there. But there we go. So you see, their idea would be that the hair, there's these little tiny hairs in there, and the inside of the shell, the conch looks like a shell. Does cemented cilia. Okay, all right. I'm Narda. I'm reading that. Your dad is deaf, probably due to. Yeah, there's different reasons why people can. You see, and I'm not the doctor. I'm not, giving any how do I say this, medical advice, but we're exploring this from the perspective of how does it. Oh, that's better. The the wire kept interfering, and I was like, "Where the heck is that happening?" All right, so there we go. All right, so I'm not. Let me be seen. All right, so I'm not the medical guy. I am not a medical doctor. However, I have, excuse me, pardon me, I have made it a point to be as well informed about Schumann related topics. Okay. So I'm answering the question, how would the electromagnetics affect the body? Okay, this is, what is the relevance of anything I'm doing? Well, how does the electromagnetics of the Schumann resonances affect the body? All right, and so one of those, um, one of those uh, legs to one of those, subsets to this that's answered is by by defining the Schumann resonances as radio waves, as electromagnetic radiations. What do they do? Uh, what what is the human body made of? Is there anything there that can be affected by that? Well, yes, there is. All of you. Okay. The next, you get that arrow. The next. All right. Then what? Well, all right. This is how, for example, in the ear, how the piezoelectrics, which we just went over, that create sound, transduces through the natural process in your ears. Here, they're doing this by implanting piezoelectric material into your ear to induce a sound. So, as we know, the electrics of this uh, causes that induction into sound territory, and so the in the environment around you, if you are already your crystals are already interacting with that, then what's going to happen is if they're implanting more of that, they're going to have more of those sounds as it transduces from the environment, from the Schumann resonances. All right. So hopefully this is making sense to you on a technical level. If once you know what the Schumann resonances are, and you start looking at the various accumulations of crystals in your body, crystalline structures, what you intake with your salt, the electrolytes, what you um, what you experience with uh, as we start getting into the densities of your body, what you experience and the things that you hold on to, the mental spaces that you hold on to from memories that you have. I mean, it's just there's not a better way to put it that I think just kind of wraps it up succinctly, other than the memories you have, your body memory, your it's not your head. I think this is a better way to put it. It's not your head. Each cell has its own brain, right? Each cell in each assemblage of cells, like the skin cells, act as a unit, but they're also attached to the rest of everything else. But they send their own set of signals, but outside of that, you have different centers that feel different things, feel different densities around us. And so, depending on what is happening in the environment around you, environment around us, the cells, these collections of cells with their own brain. I am the ego of the skin. I am skin. I am, that's my identity. I'm a skin collection of skin cells. Boom, and that's my job. Respirate I don't respirate the air like that. I'm not a lung. I'm a skin as a whole, as a cohesive whole. Um, they have different potentials in your body, and they move energy through them in different ways, and that's part of the energy centers of your body is that they resonate at a different kind of frequency depending on where in your body they are, and you as that DC circuit, the highest frequencies of your body is in your mind and your head. Your thoughts move instantly, faster than light. You know, your thoughts can move faster than light. They are light. They're made up of light. They're made up of energy transfer. Light is beyond the visible light frequency into X-rays and gamma, and then there's beyond that into the infinite. And you can, if you choose to, with the power of thought, be with God, be with the infinite. You just let your body kind of sleep, and then you're with the angels. Your first density of the lowest, the 7.3 that we're trying to clear out, your physical body, your physical density, the chemical composition that makes up your body itself, right? That is the first density holding you down. Once that's released, then the other bodies of you can kind of gain elevation. But whatever's holding you down in the lowest vibration, if it's in your mind or your body somewhere, if you have a physical illness or a physical ailment, you're going to hold certain energies in that place, certainly through the thoughts of you identifying with that physical illness or the physical ailment. Okay, so if you disagree with that, please leave me a comment, leave me here. I'm looking at the comments and the chat. So if you disagree with that, feel free to leave me comments. But or if you do agree with that, feel free to leave me a comment as well. But in the head, the mind, the temporal, that is the first dimension that needs to come to resolution in a person's mind. So the that dimension is of linear time, linear space, the direct route here, A to B, right? That's kind of like the first sort of dimension is linear time, a direct current. It moves only one way. The second dimension is the AC current, this back and forth, this that, this that, this that. It drives the logical mind crazy. That it's like, can you make up your mind? Well, I don't know, right? And that's the wave. So the first dimension is linear time in a straight line. The second dimension is the wave, cyclical motion. Okay. Then the third dimension is non-locality, or it's non-linear time. And then I guess the next one would be non-locality. So non-linear time would be still attached to a dimension, still attached to a density. And the next, that's where third density is it's the intersection of the third, third resonance with the non-linear time. Like you have the first is linear time, then you have the wave form, particle, then wave, and then you have the nonlinear time, and then you have like quantum non-locality, and that's like the fourth dimension is quantum non-locality. Whereas you have the densities, those are the harmonic resonances, which are the 6.6, the physical spatial world. That's what we live in, and that's where we are at right now, is trying to break free from the locality of the, polarity here to there, this or that, and the inability to kind of function on a, here and there and then back and then I don't know how to explain it. It gets a little bit complicated, but all right. So, I showed you this is the piezoelectric principle. For anyone that's new here, what we're talking about here, the lesson that I'm using is grounding, and that's what I posted in the comments. The human inner ear controls two senses with the human ear. Basically, it's balance and hearing. Okay, and I just want to point this out. You have these two parts of the ear. Okay, there's two parts of the ear. There's these semicircular canals, okay, that go basically in three axes. Okay, it's like a gyroscope. And then you have this is what keeps your balance. The crystals line the inner wall, the little tiny crystals I had shown you, lined the inner walls of these three, there's three different axes of these semicircular canals. So it's like a gyroscope, if you will. I don't know how to describe it better than that, but basically it's a liquid. They're fluids. The canals are filled with a fluid, a viscous fluid that creates a pressure on those crystals, and then those crystals will create an electric charge, which goes as a nerve down your in the canal and to the brain. Okay, so that sense of balance, gravity detectors they call them, is again it's a fluid that's in there and it's pressing on, whatever way it's pressing on the opposite side sends a message to the brain or whatever it is, however it works like that. But it's that fluid that presses on through the piezoelectric, right? It's a fluid, boom, sent an electric through those crystals. Okay, and so here in this, these crystals pick up the sound and then they vibrate, and the inside. Actually, this doesn't have the same crystals. These have hairs on the inside of there, and then when they tickle, they send a signal. So they move. Actually, they physically move. I think that's the deal. But they respond to with little hairs. All right. So that's how that works. That's your center of balance, and that's your center of hearing is right there. Okay. And I have, for those of you remember, I have actually, hold on, this is a ringing in the ears. Now I'll just throw this out real quick. So these are the 5 videos I've done about talking specifically about the ear, the inner ear, and both the vertigo, the non-medically related vertigo, and the non-medically related tinnitus on these videos right here. And if there's still people in the uh, here on the program, and there's still someone in the chat, I will go into that because that's something that I'm working on that's specifically related to just the ringing in the ears. All right. So where I'm at here with this, okay, due to the piezoelectric nature, the nature of the piezoelectric principle, we can accumulate this energy uh, within our cellular structure, then start to vibrate according to these frequencies. This vibrational sympathy maintains a certain frequency, which would be the lowest of the low. Without any conscious efforts on our parts, we will vibrate sympathetically with our environment. The more we vibrate in resonance with our immediate environment, the more energies are attracted to us. Further, do we accumulate these frequencies because of our busy lives, along with all the incumbent distractions demanding our time. We frequently don't realize nor think about accumulating these vibrations or the vibes. We are more likely to tell ourselves it's nothing, uh, I'm in over, tell ourselves it's nothing, just in our head. Oh, it's just in my head. I'm not feeling that great, or I'm just, I just get the flu, whatever it is, like we make up an excuse that it's us personal. We take on the problems of the environment that we're in, a poisoned environment, I'll just say, electromagnetically poisonous environment to us, or toxic, let me just say, which is generally poison. And so, we take on these electromagnetically toxic environments. Electromagnetically toxic environment. You know what? Hold on. This is what's been bothering me. Hold on. You get to me, actually watch me work in the studio. I was so busy trying to get the studio ready. There we go. I feel much better now. That was the giveaway bike that's almost ready to give away to a lucky I get. And what's his name? Alex and I have to do a live cast on that bike about who should get that bike. Um, and so we're going to do a contest about the giveaway bike to the giveaway, give it to a user. I'm at 2,000 plus 2,000, 206K subscribers. So out of all the 2006, so the six of you that are here today, the nine of you, thank you for being here. Out of 2,000, there's nine of you. Well, I guess hopefully the other 2,000 will see it soon. Anyway, I love fresh coffee. I will miss fresh coffee and heavy cream and brown sugar when 3D finally goes, but whatever. I enjoy it here in the moment. All right, so where are we? All right, so when you're distracted and you feel frazzled and your skin is holding your hi Bradley, hi Trish. Uh, so um uh I'm check the comments here. All right. So all right. So feeling frazzled, feeling uh feeling overwhelmed, feeling um uh you're at your wit's end. Your nerves are shot. Like these kind of things, frazzled. It's really important to kind of stop what you're doing rather than kind of keep going on. I think this is a one of the grounding. We're talking about grounding. How do you keep yourself in a heavy, hectic um, environment from getting overwhelmed and getting overheated, getting uh, over, out of balance. That's one of the things is how do you keep yourself from getting out of balance? Um, this is one of those things that my guides have told me, have given me that I need to talk to people about. That is important. Why I came out of the tent in the woods, where I was totally grounded. I didn't, you know, a lot of this stuff, doesn't apply if you live in a tent in the woods. I'll just say, if you have that luxury, but who does? Even me, I was given permission to live in a tent in the woods. It was kind of like the gods were snickering, but yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah, we'll let you go. Oh, sure, yeah, meditate all you want. Oh, yeah, no, it'll be great, it'll be fine. Sure, yeah, you can retire out there, definitely. Yup, yup, yup. They didn't lie to me. They didn't they didn't lie to me. They weren't the ones that lied to me about the tent in the woods. No, no, no. No, I did plenty of lying to myself about the tent in the woods and how much better it would be. No, no, no. They did their parts. They acted flawlessly. My guides let me go. I got what I wanted. Oh, it was great. It's like living in a monastery, but just the size and shape of a tent. So that's one of the ways of connecting, with maybe I'll do a live cast. I don't know if I can actually connect while I'm out there, but there's a part of Providence that's the fish ladder, that's on the Woonasquatucket River. It's very beautiful, and it's a waterfall. And waterfalls are one of those things that are kind of timeless, that actually are very grounding. And you may, um, just being in the presence of a waterfall, if you just kind of sit there on a rock and let it go and picture your troubles and problems that you can't do anything about, you picture them getting kind of washed away, right? Like that's what it's the waterfall's job is. And you take some time, you sit there with the waterfall and you just listen, right? It's enough, it's okay enough if you have a, screw you God prayer or a cuss word for the non-existent creator, that if God really existed, well, you would have stopped that, or you would have done that, or whatever. Like you have one of those kind of days, one of those kind of Bafangul you days. And if there's a universe like this, I couldn't believe that God that would run it like this, and and you sit there by the water and you listen, and you just listen. And that is one of the most grounding things that you can do if you've lost someone, you lost a job, or you're just feeling beat up, you're feeling like a victim, whatever. That is, the vibrational, what they call the vibrational, what I'm calling the vibrational cocktail down here of what it took emotionally in the resonances around you to get you feeling that overworked. You yell at a stranger, you cut someone off, they're there, why not let them go, whatever. No, no, I'm first, me first. You got a deadline, whatever the case is, no one's judging you. Um, it's, but, we feel it when we do things to others, and especially if you don't mean it, you weren't intending it, like there's a part of grounding these energies that is a forgiveness. You have to forgive yourself, and you have to be willing to let the other person have their frailties and their difficulties, and you don't have to hold it. Whatever people did before they met you brought them to the place that they're at. And if someone yells at you, they don't even know you, they're not yelling at you, right? And that's part of it. And whatever crappy, shitty attitude someone has, you have to let it go and not get it into your system in the first place. And that's part of what it is. Part of what the grounding here is not let it get into you. How do I say this? Your skin can take there's that expression, have a thicker skin. Well, I think a better way to express it is allow your skin to have a residual charge that you can just get rid of, let flow away from you later. You don't let it inside your internal, you know, uh, DC circuit. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. You breathe out, and I'm gonna get to that in a minute. And so, pardon me. All right. So we're talking about the frazzled state. Okay. And the vibrational cocktail, physical energies being near someone, soaking in their energies, emotional disturbances, feelings of regret or resentment, inability to connect with people at the heart, all right? Mental preoccupations, which are obsessions, addictions, addictions, etc. Spiritual densities, which are the higher orders, uh, which can be um, the you people encounter like narcissists. I think that's a good way to put it. Etheric vampire victimization, and that's where someone gaslights you, someone messes with your head, f's with your head, and and really does a number on you. This is kind of a spiritual, mental, emotional kind of triangle here. Astral regression is where you might think that we're alone in the universe, God left you, I'm all alone. Serious depression is kind of in there as well. So these are all components of the vibrational, vibratory cocktail of kind of a 3D existence here in negative land, topsy-turvy, upside-down negative land. Not only is the problem simply physical, it permeates all levels of a person's existence and stunts our personal growth and ascension, right? So if you're on the ascension pathway and you are looking for that final last step of having your crown activated, right? The old ego, ego dissolution and you're finally kind of rid of that that last physical 3D concept and all of that. Good luck with that. So this kind of in this personal growth and ascension, you have to go through all these lower densities, the ascension and growth and ego death, of the crown opening, right? Cannot clear out until all the lower density attachments of the energetic frequencies. Density is another way of saying attachments which are preventing further growth and enlightenment. All right, so relative to the Schumann resonances, the harmonic frequencies are the densities which assist to throttle down one's development. Okay, so you know what throttle down is? It's like in a car, when you decelerate and you take your foot off the gas, you're throttling down. Or like in an airplane, I guess, you push the thing down, further down. Boats are like that. I think you're throttling down. All right. So the Schumann resonances throttle you down. They're not helping to build you up. The frequencies aren't rising, right? The frequency of the Schumann resonance is not rising except 0.5 hertz. So it's half of a hertz, right? That's lower. Like that's not going to, the highest you ever see the Schumann resonance frequency is 0.0, I'm sorry, 8. Let me say that again. The picture of the number I have in my head was off. It's 8.01 is just about the highest I've ever seen the Schumann resonance frequency. It is not rising higher than that because the constants, I think I went over it in this video earlier. I've been at this almost 3 hours. F-bomb. Fuckstick. So because of the constants of the speed of light and radio waves, because of the constant of the size and shape of the Earth, because of the constant of the ionosphere and the magnetosphere, because of the constant of the waveguide between the Earth and the magnetosphere, the Schumann resonances are fixed. That's the point I'm making, that they are tuned to those frequencies, lower frequencies, based on how it has been. So, as we collectively clear our densities, it may or may not ever show up on the Schumann resonance harmonics chart because it is of the world. It is not of you. You are not changing. The human consciousness is not changing the Schumann resonances because there are so many fixed variables to that. This is technically speaking. I realize there's an ascension, and that's a whole other thing. There is the unformed of your spirit that we're moving to. But in the formed world of the third density, where the third density interacts third dimension, right? Three and three, okay, cubed. That legitimately is cubed. In the middle of the cube is consciousness, pure 1 square centimeter of love is in the middle of all of that, and that's what you got here in 3D. Okay, potential that it can move in any direction, any time, anywhere, but it's a small, tiny bit of mutability. That's what the mutability factor is. You have 7% mutability factor, and the DNA is mutable. Okay. So because DNA is mutable, by that 7%, there's a code. It operates in a predictable manner, but there's 7% of it. Oh, sorry. There is 7% of it that's a mutability factor, and that's what we're talking about. Not the 93% of it that ain't moving, but the 7% of it that is mutable, that you are holding on to, that you are the purpose of, But once it clears out, once that clears out, there's room for the 7% mutability of the good to come in. And then it can reignite those sparks of the DNA in a much better, more wholesome way, because your your terminals are not dirty. I don't know if any of you who are still here, I don't know if you've ever worked with. I've used this analogy. I don't know if you've ever worked with car batteries. If you have, you are familiar with battery terminals. Okay. So I work at Sears Automotive. I have plenty of experience with battery terminals. People would come in, they'd want to buy a battery, and I would need to go out and check their car to see if I had to sell them a battery. I get good commission on a battery, so I don't mind selling it, but it's kind of a pain in the neck because a lot of times people just have dirty terminals or a bad terminal, bad connection, right? Bad connection. How big is a battery terminal? How big is a battery post? Okay, they're not that big, but in between them is just enough of a gap. There's two there's a connection, there's a gap there. It's a tiny gap, less than 7%. However, if that tiny gap in there, is dirty, then electricity isn't going to flow through the channel. All right? That's what we're talking about here, is that it may be small. It may seem like a small thing, but every single one of those small things adds up to overall that 7% mutability that I'm talking about of change, just a little tiny bit of hope, just a little tiny bit of positive thinking, just a little seed. I mean, how big is a seed? Right? It's just of the overall size of a plant. How big is a seed? An acorn. You compare an acorn to the size of a tree, how big it gets. Like how the hell do you get that from that? A sperm to a human. As big as a human would get, and the sperm, the healthiest sperm, whatever. Like you compare it, it's less than 7% of you is. You have millions in a little tiny amount of, you spill a coffee and it's more than you have of an ejaculation. I mean, it's just by comparison. And yet, it's a little tiny thing that makes up our lives, and that's part of what the basis of the 3D kind of world is. The 3D kind of third density existence is the little tiny things that go up into making rather large things. Oh, thank you. I am brilliant. Thank you, Philophant. Philophant. Thank you. I have opened up my head to my guides and said, give me what I need to tell people. And even though I try and keep it, simple, sometimes I wind up going off track in some complicated stuff. But I ask my guides direct me to where I need to go. And so this is the topic. It's like I can finally come out from behind the scenes and tell what my guides have, given me, long ago. Oh yes, thank you. I'm trying to work on keeping. I'm working at trying to keep on track. Yeah. Um, it can be difficult sometimes. Well, that's why it's important to have a script. Let me just say that. That is why when I started doing these, what I realized is it's important to have a script, have a good script. And what it is, I may or may not read it directly, but have a clear cut, conscious, stated, clear intention, especially doing the videos, the ones that I'm recording and then going to post later. Live streams, it's more important, but especially with the videos, I want to kind of keep them concise and condensed to the point as much as possible. So here I get sidetracked, and they wind up taking these things take 2.5, 3 hours. It's but there's people here, and sometimes people come in. There's like shifts, and so if I see seven people, I don't. It's not the same seven people who are here from the beginning necessarily. And there's been 10. Sometimes people go away. Sometimes it disconnect. So I I like doing the live streams, and I want to have a script. I want to be directed and focused. But part of the beauty of doing live streams is that I can address specific questions and issues from people who who have specific things that related to either this video or the ones I've done. And so I don't mind getting me personally, I don't mind getting sidetracked when it relates to certain specific things people are asking me about to clarify. And especially if it's something, a beginner's something that I need to clarify, I really want to make sure to kind of answer that. So, the vertical component is I want to stay focused. I need to stay focused. The horizontal component is what do you got going on? Your friends, heartfelt. That's one of the things that I talk about too in this is that the difference between the amplitude and the quality is the amplitude is of the mind, and it's the mental and the logical, straightforward. It's me and my time and like this kind of thing, and I'm directed, and let's get there, and don't bother me with anything, like that kind of a thing. So that's the primary kind of thing of the amplitude. And then the quality is quality time, the heart space, the horizontal movement. And the brain is kind of the pilot of the body, but the heart is the pilot of the ship. Like if you can picture that, yeah, we're in a body, but the body ain't going nowhere until the heart says so. Your wife is the heart of the operation, or the grandmother. It's like, well, we're not going anywhere until Graham gets in the car, and you know how she is. You're not rushing her. She's taking her time. Like, okay, why didn't you plan accordingly? You're the idiot. You knew that. You knew how grandma is. You know how your girlfriend is, or whatever. You didn't plan it in accordingly. You're the idiot. I'm sorry. She being late, making you late. She's not the one that's at fault. You knew better and you didn't plan accordingly. That's part of what the amplitude is the keeper of the time. The head, the upright, the logical is the keeper of the time, right? I say when we go here, this and that. These are principles, but this is sort of how to read the Schumann and how it affects you in your daily life as well. Of the mental, the temporal, the upright, those spikes that come in kind of establish your time scale. And that's what, when we talk about the shifts of the time, that's when those are, of those amplitude spikes of coming in and having the potential. They may or may not give you a time shift. People say it's not for the whole collective. It is only on an individual, depending on what frequency you're operating on. It may or may not affect you. And so the shift is individual. And when we talk about the shift, it's a time shift of moving between different dimensions. And everyone has their own kind of time, people have their own time scale. And not everyone is on the same page, well, the same clock. I think that's a better way to describe it. Not everyone's on the same clock. Some people are perpetually early, some people are perpetually late, some people are kind of in between, and are how do I say this, that can meet you where you need to be, and you don't have to text him. You just somehow you'll see that person around, and like I'm that way with my boss. So there's an intuitive sense of timing that it's like, oh my God, your timing is perfect. People like that in between. They're sometimes they're on time and sometimes they're late according to the clock. The first dimension that we're establishing of linear time. A linear time is also universal time of a second. We're all basing in the first dimension. We're basing linear time is a thing. If you get work by the hour, you get paid by the hour. No, mother f, you better believe linear time is a thing. It's the first dimension that you need to kind of boot out of, but until you can be intuitive with someone and be non-localized to time, meet them without a clock, right? Like I am with my boss. I trust that the universe, I am outside of that time. So for me, it, it doesn't exist as the operating system in my life, except when I'm working with other people. All right. So there's a part of time that exists with the time clock, but I, as a person, can live outside of that by my not depending on a clock and me figuring out how to not have to nail down a time by the clock with people. Right. So this is a first most important understanding of not living in 3D is understanding how to disconnect yourself from the thing like the clock. All right, the oil with discharging the energy. Do you mean when I was talking about on the fingers? What um yeah, take me back to where I was saying that. What was when you said please finish what you were saying about the oil with discharging energy? I had talked. Well, there was one part where I had talked about when you're doing a massage for if you have like a partner and you're giving a massage to that person, um, you can if you use warm oil, it's a good way to discharge excess energy in the skin. The conductive the capacitance of the skin. You've held onto that energy. It kind of helps release it. So that's one of the um, how do I say this? There are substances and oils that you can use that help kind of help dissipate the charge of uh, an excess charge, an external static charge. Okay, if we say. Hopefully that answered the question. If not, kind of redirect and let me have another shot at it. Um, and thank you everyone for had to jumpstart the car today to move it to Mo. Yep. Yeah. Thank you for the thank you for the reminder, Bradley, of the mascot, the song, the mascot of the show, the song. No, there's a word for it. It's not the mascot. It's the our anthem. That's it. Yeah, it's not the mascot. It's an anthem. Okay. All right. So let me get back to the reading and actually finish this. So many folks feel the Schumann resonances will clear out the densities for a person automatically, okay, without having to work for any of it or do any clearing of their own, his or her own. All right. So, uh, or through their will. So a lot of people think that they don't have to, that like it'll be done automatically for them, and the Schumann resonances will rise and will rise and all that, and that's not what's happening here, or not going to happen. And so, um, this is not a successful strategy in thinking that way. Nothing with humans is automatic, especially not anything that's a spiritual or emotional growth. It operates through free will and the intention of clearing out the attachments to the lowest resonances. So, to summarize, our bodies are made from materials which vibrate sympathetically with the immediate environment. We can absorb unconsciously the resonances and frequencies around us, accumulating these within our very cellular structure. Without the means nor ability to discharge or disperse and discharge these energies, we hold on to it indefinitely, often working to push it into the background or our mind, into the background of our mind, so we never have to think of it again. Yet, that should be yet, Our thoughts are energetic. We accumulate energy. We accumulate energy in thoughts. Thoughts are formed through electrical impulses along the dendrites and neurons. Our bodies hold on to previous trauma, pain, hurt, damage, negativity within the cells of the body. Fears held in a root center, guilt in our bellies, shame in the solar plex, grief and loss is held in the heart, lies are held in the throat center, illusion is held in the pineal center, and the temples, the top of your head and your crown holds your egoicity, the ego, basically, the ego, the door of ego, uh, is held in the top of your head. All right. So, and that's your crown. These are the densities you need to, I need to work through to clear out the lowest of the vibrations. So they're successive. So the first one that gets cleared out of fear of whatever. All right. The Schumann resonances are not doing this for you. In fact, they're holding your fear in place, basically, at the lowest of the low, at the 8, basically 8, we'll just say 8 hertz fundamental, at the 7.8 resonance. It's holding the lowest of the low. Your root chakra should ideally be vibrating at 10 hertz. If it's vibrating at the 7.8, the fear has moved down from 10 hertz to, should be at 11, like that high. That's its resonance high. What should it should be at as high as 10, which is the frequency of the earth. Your root chakra should be resonating at the frequency of the earth, which is approximately 10 to 11 hertz. Okay, so if that sense of security you have is resonating at a high frequency, it's resonating at the frequency of the earth. Okay, however, if you're at that crappy 7.8 frequency of the lowest of the resonances, then you're not going to be feeling that well at all. So you have to clear out those lower densities in order to feel better about yourself and your situation. All right. The Schumann resonances, they're not doing it for you. Or it may be an accurate statement to say that the Schumann resonances are holding those feelings and emotional centers amberized at those centers. The harmonic resonances of the planet are electromagnetic vibrations which snap back at certain frequency points, and these are fixed due to the size and the shape of the Earth and the waveguide, the spherical waveguide cavity of the atmosphere, which is between the ionosphere and the planet's surface, in addition to staying intact at those fixed frequencies, 7.8, 14.1, 20.7, 27.1, etc., due to it stays fixed at those frequencies also because of the constant of the speed of light and radio waves. These accumulated energies attached to our cellular structure, they're vibrating, they're sympathetic resonant vibrations attached to our structure. They need to get released and channeled away from our person and our energy fields in order for us to feel better. But mostly, again, that small 7% room for the love and light of Source and the Logos, which is the Spirit, the divine utterance, and the Spirit of God, the concubine of undifferentiated love, may come into your lives, the heart and the body. New guidance cannot come in while we're holding space for the lowest of the low. We need to make the willing conscious effort to release these encumbrances which cause the sympathetic vibrations with these negative, lower vibrating frequencies of the Earth, of the 3D plane. So the Earth isn't the problem, but it's the 3D plane that everyone wants to vibrate to. With the foregoing example, how we accumulate energy, the following is a walkthrough of what grounding means and how it will and how to affect it into our lives. What is grounding and how do we do it? All right, so I had gone over this in the live stream, and I'll go through this again. So this is a list. It's not an exhaustive list, but this is, um, I guess it's a point of departure, a place to start in talking about this topic, and hopefully this will get some good chat, and this will be good for future discussion. And I'll be building on this live stream as a foundation, and I think I'll do some more videos about this, and still have some more live streams, and do like a part two, having gone through the introduction of part one. And at this point, at 3 hours and 3.25 hours, it's like, well, I might even call it and then do the other part. I mean, I could theoretically, because it's like, all right, well, that in itself, the first part that I did of explaining, and all of that went into, from the very basic 100 level of explaining the AC/DC circuit and the sun from way back when. They're at the beginning of this video, um, where we showed, Wages World is a perfect intro to this, because we showed the solar flash, the solar flare. We talk about this and how we have the two different circuits, the DC circuit of out in the ionosphere, separated by the waveguide cavity of our atmosphere, and then there's the DC circuit of the planet, which operates in its own accord with its own lines of force, and it's a different voltage than the higher voltage of, way higher voltage of, the ionosphere, the the magnetosphere ionosphere combination. All right, so coffee break. So, so we are essentially grounding out the energies that are, again, to summarize, we are grounding out the energies from the AC circuit of the Earth that we're getting, that we're steeped in while we are out in the environment. We're steeped in these low vibrational, waves, and we need to find a way to release those to the Earth. Um, the our mother. I like to think of it, our creator, our physical creator body is of the stuff of the Earth. And so the only way that you really can dispel, in my opinion, what do I know? I get haters, I got, wow, one thumbs down. There you go. I'll tell you what, I'm thumbs upping this video to counteract there you go. I'm counteracting that one thumbs downer. Um, so, so this is one of the things that we're looking to, dispel, uh, in our day, is the accumulated charge of our body or skin. And that's where the oil, when we get into that, the topic of the oil. Um, let me get. I'll read this, because this sort of, relates to how do we release this charge. Okay. So what is grounding and what do we do? So one of the things that I do, and I'm going to give you this. These are my things I do, and I recommend, and that I've have done as well. So the first thing that I like to do is greet the sun. I may not be up at sunrise, but, um, I like kind of getting out in the sun at some point, actually getting some sun, and greet the day and say hi to the sun. And the sky elementals is too. I have to say that, and say I like to say hi to the sky elementals as well. So hey to So, I indeed, I talk to the sky elementals by name. I call them friends because they are. Um, uh, at the beginning, this is at the beginning of the day. To begin my day, I greet the sun, greet the elements, talk to the plants. And I'm not expecting to hear a conversation from them, but I look. I don't say anything in words, but I look. I just mentally have a conversation with the sun, with the plants, with my environment, and just kind of wake up with a cup of coffee. I commune with a cup of coffee as well, and that's part of my morning as I enjoy a cup of coffee. Okay, set I set my conscious stated intention, clear conscious stated intention before I start out on my day. You know, I when I wake up in the morning, my mattress is on the ground. So what I do is I have to kneel to get out of bed, more or less, and I kind of back up, I scoot up. So that gives me, I like that because it gives me an opportunity to, while I'm on my knees, I hold my hands out in a cupped motion that gives a representation. I'm a vessel. Okay, so this is one of the things is my spiritual kind of con- uh, my spiritual path of grounding is this ritual of I am a vessel for your love. I am a vessel for your energy and um uh your will for me in my life, which is generally the contract I've made. It's not, God's not giving me something that I haven't already agreed to, right? I mean, everyone has a, I don't know if you believe this, not everyone does, but we all came into this world with a contract. I just say this for myself, everyone else does, but believe what you want. We all have a contract, and there's certain things that you have to accomplish. And so in my case, I am often saying, tell me everything I need to know for today. Give me just today. Um, and, today is the only day promised, and you may not even make it to the end of the day, you know. I look at, sleep as kind of the doorway of, one day I'm just going to go to sleep and not wake up, because that's kind of how I've asked my guides to go, just to, wake up, go to sleep, and then not wake up when it's time, not die with some crazy way that I read about, that's one of the things that is important, is that you just have today, just the length of today, one day at a time. You know, don't overdo yourself, don't extend yourself. Only plan what essentially. I know you have to make long-term plans, especially if you're in a relationship, especially if you're in a family, you have kids, whatever. All right, but work to focus on just today. All right. If there's something going on a later day, we'll put it on the calendar. We'll do we'll put it on the calendar, and a day before that we're going to talk about just that thing, right? We got some time. Maybe if it's something we got a week, let's talk about this in a few days. I have this going on that I need to talk about right now. So part of this, setting your conscious intention, is setting your boundaries and your borders for that day, right? And that's right. So set your agenda for that day with your guides. And if you don't have spirit guides, well, I might be able to help you with that. I don't know. But, this is your higher self as well. Mm. That is a thing too. So you can also set that. Yes. All right. So you may consider their angelic guides, but your higher self as well. We all do have a higher self, and hopefully all of the people of you who are here do have a higher self, and you understand what the higher self is and how this fits into the overall ascension plan that we're working on here. All right. So set your conscious stated intention during your day. Set your conscious stated intention. That should be stated. clear. Sorry. All right, you're hello. You're clear. Oh, that stupid button. Okay. Set your conscious, clearly stated intention. Okay. Hopefully that's not a mouthful. All right. And thank you for enduring that with me. Um, your conscious, clearly stated intention before a project, and that is the same thing as with your day. Before you do anything with someone, and you want to establish of that project. Right? Just some simple things, You write up the contract or whatever, and don't start until everything's clear. Everything is clear and you feel it. Right? You feel confident. Okay? So these are some, I don't know, basic rules of thumb of living as a human, but they're, some things that you really should consider when, grounding. Again, when we're talking about grounding, we are talking about everything you do. And if I say it that way, it may sound a little intimidating, but if you say, I'm going to operate by principles in my life that will cover behavior, certain things, then you can say, okay. The principles, like if you knew, like there's hermetic principles. That's one of those kind of things that the people who follow, there's some channels out there that talk about hermetic principles. Anyone that follows Queen V, Lady V, you'll be familiar with the hermetic principles. I operate by those, but then there's other principles as well that are even finer than this, that are here relative to the Schumann resonances. Nothing I'm saying is counteracting those principles that are over there. And in fact, if anything, hopefully what I'm saying is helping to reestablish hermetic principles. If that's what you live by or that's what you go by, hopefully you're in, hopefully you do, and if so, you're in the right place. All right, so that's just a suggestion. All right, so the next one is mindfulness, and I can even have the heading. Breathing rightly. All right, so there's actually a lot that can be said about breathing properly. I have a few things, and I'm looking at the comments here. Everything is not perfect. Let me offer to you this. I have a functional perfection rate of 93%. Anything that is more perfect than 93%, that's more correct than 93%, is probably a lie. They probably fudged the figures somewhere. So I have a functional perfection of 93%, and when I'm looking at the artwork that I do, all the graphics, it may not be perfect, but it's like, all right, it's 93% done. It's done enough, right? It's perfect enough. It says the message. It's, like, all right, I'm not fiddling with it anymore. All right. So I look at it this way. Professional baseball, their perfection for hits is 400, right? Ted Williams, 400. That's 400 out of 1,000. Dude, you hit 400, you missed 600. That's not perfect, but no one's going to hit more than 400. And in some cases, it's half of that. But the guy, he gets on base, or he's a good first base player or whatever. So that's the analogy of perfection that I use, that it's all relative. And perfection, to me, as a technician, as the emissary technician, perfection to me represents a binding. It's flat, it's straight, it's at the edges, okay? I guess that it's also called it's perfect binding or the justification band. So that's how I look at perfection is as a finish. You know how you finish it, and again, that's 93%. It's 93% finished. So anyway, so I think if people allow each other their imperfections, we'll do much better. And so it's part of it. Like, okay, so that relates to this because you have to be able to, I think, relative to all the electromagnetics and the heart rate and everything, whatever, you got to be able to release this energy. You have to be able to disperse this built-up energy of resentments. And I showed you, we went through this earlier, of those lower density feelings that get held up at those energy points. And if you can't release those feelings, you're going to pick up those vibrations. So whenever those vibrations are in the environment, the low frequencies, if you're already kind of tuned to that, you're going to pick them up like a motherfucker. That's really important. That's how. Hopefully, this is making sense to you. Hopefully, everyone's followed along with me on this. The sympathetic vibration tuned to certain frequencies, and so if they're in the environment because the theoretical bell, has been hit, the amplitude came down, made a strike. Okay, that's that bell. The amplitude came down and made a strike, if you will. Um, then after that are the resonances of what happens, and then you start vibrating at that. So if you're already pre-tuned to pick that up, then you're going to be resonating at those frequencies. So you have to, in order not to vibrate at those, you have to kind of let them move through you. So the next part of this is breathing rightly. All right. So mindfulness to breathing. All right. So this is one of the first things that we need to talk about relative to uh, one of the things that we talk about here in mindfulness to breathing is you watch your breath, you monitor it. And a lot of times you feel you may not realize or recognize that you're holding your breath. Okay. And a lot of times people don't realize or recognize that they've stopped breathing. They're holding their breath. It's may sound funny to say that or odd or weird or I don't know if that how basic of a thing that may or may not seem to you, but you catch yourself. I'm saying to you, the 11 of you or whatever who are here, catch yourself in your day of whether or not you are still breathing, right? This is mindfulness to breathing. Is you check your breathing. We have uh, there you go. So you want to check your breathing to make sure you actually are breathing, and it'll be it's very important to, like, once an hour you stop, just as a medical consideration to yourself, to to breathe. And people take smoke breaks. Well, you take a breathing break, right? And this goes way more in depth than I have here, and there's grounding rituals that have to do specifically with your breathing that I can get to, and I probably could, should, maybe will do a part B, an appendix to this kind of thing of grounding, of just the breathing. And now, like I said, now that I've done the part A, the first part to this, I can do another part on expanding this, that's not 3 hours into the video. And I think that's what I will do. Maybe tomorrow or the next day, I will do just this part, and we'll expand on this and have a talk because it's a conversation. It's not just what I'm having here, but there's great conversation that happens in the boards that is also part of this experience where people share their experience, strength, and hope, as it were, in the comments, and especially here, people leave great comments. And I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you. So uh, after you realize that you're not breathing, exhale. Okay, exhale. So the first thing, or when you're stressed, when you feel anxious, breathe. Okay. If you're feeling anxious, you take a breath. And that is really important because you don't want to hold on to that. If you're feeling, it's adrenaline. It's adrenaline, which is a charged. It's a caustic. It's a quick fix of getting you out of a situation in a moment's notice. It's a kind of a like a burst of nitros, if you will, for your body, you know. But it it has an effect on you in the long term, and it starts kind of dissolving some stuff in you. I don't know how to better put it, but adrenaline is not, holding on to adrenaline and holding on to a fear that you're breathing into, that, you're holding on your breath because you're fearful and anxious is that high energy state, and the adrenaline keeps it kind of vibrating in a you know in a toxic way. I guess that's the best way to put it. All right. So um, many times we hold our breath in times of stress. Yeah. If you do, exhale. All right. So the best thing to do is hold it. Is exhale to a count of 4. Hold it. Breathe in to a count of 4, and hold it, and then you can repeat. All right. So deep. That's to kind of clear out the channel. All right. So your deep breathing exercise, when you start getting anxious, what you want to do is you breathe through the nose through a count of 4, then you hold it for a count of 4, then you exhale through your mouth for a count of 4, and then you hold for a count of 4, and then you repeat it. Okay. And this you would do as often as you needed. And you should do it every once an hour for 5 minutes a day. This is a breathing meditation technique. And it's important to picture, okay. All right, so you picture DC, Earth, DC power, collection grid. All right, so there you go. So that's one of the things that you can. There you go. So there you go. So there's a recommendation. Okay, so I am willing to accept absolutely that there are other. I'll give you credit for this. There we go. And then I'll give you credit for this. There we go. And then we have Bradley while you're here. I'm taking, in case he didn't realize, I'm taking the comments here and putting, there you go, okay. There we go. All right. So thank you for the comments there, and I may add more of those in as we go along. All right. So, what's the other one? All right. So, don't extend yourself. Okay. Oh, we're not done yet. All right. Each hour spend, that should be. Okay. Yep. Maintain proper posture. You want to make sure that your head, the 17 pounds of dead weight on the top of your head, that is your brain and your head, that it's supported directly by your spine. And what will happen is we will accumulate energy in certain areas like our lower back, our shoulders, depending on our stance, our posture, and other places. Okay. If you have a job where you're important, you may wind up taking on the weight of the world and your shoulders kind of sag. Or if you're always hunched over a computer, a terminal, your lower back will start accumulating a charge there because it's unbalanced. Okay. So one of the ways that you can feel better, start feeling better, is put your shoulders back. Okay. Uh, and I will put that. Okay. So it's one of the things that you can do is kind of reverse the posture of your shoulders so that they're not sagging and they're not a lot of when I before I did this, I would give, full nice massages to guys when I worked at the bar, and I would give them, an energetic kind of also a Reiki kind of thing as well. I don't do Reiki, but it's sort of the way I move energy with people. The closest description is like Reiki. You move energy remotely, all right, through your heart and your, whatever. So, uh, so I would be dissipating people's energetic fields, accumulated energetic fields, and I would tell the guys who would work at a desk because they would always be slouched over and they would have lower back pains. And so it's one of the things when you're slouched over a keyboard or something else, stove or whatever, a fryolator, for example, that kind of repeated posture, you have problems with certain areas that will repeat. And so part of the thing of discharging that accumulated energy is you have to move once an hour for a little bit of time yourself. People can't do this for you. During the course of your day, you need to do this for yourself of moving your energy, moving yourself around so that you can move you can move your blood, you circulate, get the blood moving and pumping to those areas and doing shoulder shrugs. If you're always hunched over, you have to keep the energy moving kind of in an opposite way that you're used to. Instead of it that moving that way, you have to move the energy back. Boom. And that's really important. So that's what this here stretches, like shoulder shrugs, is about. And so stretch after you've been sitting for a protracted period. Each hour you spend 5 minutes reversing your position. Roughly, it's a suggestion. If you're seated, get up. If you're standing, well, that's not that. If you're standing, remember to maintain perfect posture at all times. Okay. And like I said, just make sure your head is always by proper posture. I'm saying make sure that your head is just always supported as much as you can by your spine. And if you have to bend over, make sure you're looking upward. Okay. This is something that I learned. It's like a life hack, I guess, but it's something that I learned through working in a lot of heavy manual labor is that yes, the nadi point. So the secondary energy. You got like some 25,000 natty points in your body. Yeah, yes, those are the secondary um, kind of energy channels. They're amazing. That's part of the AC receptors of the AC circuits. I think that's the best way to put it. You have your primary chakras, which are the DC alignment, and then you have the natty points, which are picking up the those are more picking up the the AC, the wave part. I don't even know how to explain it. But it's the anyway. I can't even explain that. But yes, thank you. They're for the advanced of the class, Narda. Yes, the natty points. Okay. Um, all right. So, just again, the posture and like watch how you're um, keep your energy supported, kind of channeled to your kind of middle. Don't outstretch. If you got to pick something up, keep it centered close to you. Okay. And if you have to pick up a heavy weight, keep it pulled in to you as close as you can. I've worked with a lot of furniture and stuff, and so when I'm moving something, I pull it to my chest. I'm not using just my arms. I think this is an important thing for people to kind of consider because I've probably moved more stuff than you and moved more heavy stuff. I'm 6'2". My dad did antiques. My dad always did yard sales. My grandmother always did yard sales. Everyone's always asked me to help them move. I've moved dozens of times, dozens of people, myself a number of times. And so I will offer this suggestion to you. Make sure you lift with your knees, right? Look up. If you have to lift something, don't ever look down, but look up. Okay? Keep your neck and head back, always supported over your shoulders as much as you can. Don't move with your lower back. Make sure your head's always picked up and that you pull into you as you're picking up. You pull into you. And if you don't have a good hold on something that you're moving, get a good hold on it. Pick it up temporarily till you can get a good hold on it. And if you can't get a good hold on something, then put it down. Don't risk it. Find another way to move it. Put a big piece of plywood under it and move the plywood. Put a rope or something around it, but something where you can hold the weight close to your body, as close to the middle of your body as you can. And this is another good, it may seem unrelated, but believe me, if you if you strain your back, you will be frazzled, way frazzled. You're trying to help someone, you're moving some heavy weight or heavier than you thought, and you messed yourself up. The energy is accumulated in your lower back or your middle back or your shoulders or whatever, you know twisting motions, torsion motions will always mess you up because you're unprepared for them. And so that's one of the things that happens when they're moving stuff is that they get these twisting motions and then it's like it heats up that area. All right. So a good way back to the lesson is soak in warm water. Okay. Now the ocean, if you're swimming in the ocean or a pool, the ocean is probably going to be cold, but whatever, you get used to it. And but the water, soak in the tub. Sometimes hot water can help. Sometimes just floating. Being in the ocean and floating, that in itself does a good thing for you. If you're able to float or water, swim in the ocean. And just float weightlessly. Okay. Oh, where was I? All right. Okay. So the next one is activate your drinking water. All right. So one of the ways is you allow your drinking water to sit in the sun for a while, and you'd want it to be in a clear glass container. You don't want the plastics. If you put plastics in the sun, they start kind of leaching off, and they start degrading. The UV degrades plastic. So you want to have it in a glass container and you have it sitting in the sun. If you have colored glass like cobalt, you can charge it the color of the cobalt green for the heart. Then you go out to it like once an hour, or every half an hour. More often you do it, the better. Just shake it up for a little bit, for about a minute. Assuming it's in like a gallon jug, you just shake it up, or you stir it, depending on how much water it is. You either shake it up or stir it. Um, and ideally they recommend 5 minutes of full stirring, and you go 30 seconds one way, then 30 seconds the other way, then 30 seconds this way, then 30 seconds this way. Right. So if you have a 5 gallon jug, say, and you were activating 5 gallons of water, you'd stir it that way. So if you're doing it, like ideally, theoretically, 5 minutes of shaking it, per hour that it's out in the sun is your kind of, your goal. But, you know, I'll let you figure out how to work that into your schedule. All right. So the next one is my favorite. I love this. This is something I tell people all the time is, yes, yeah, you make sure all the molecules are dispersed evenly and all that. All right. So the next one is kind of a surprise to people when I bring it up to them, but I tell them to evaluate. One of the things is evaluate your day. Where are you spending your energy? And I'll put this. Right? Evaluate your day. Where's your energy going to? Okay. So if you have a bunch of unfinished unfinished products, I was going to say, unfinished projects, finish them. Get them done. One by one. Get together an itemized list of everything that project needs, write it down, then move on to the next unfinished project, write that down, then the next unfinished project, write that down, write it out, write an itemized list. And then when you're all done with all your unfinished projects, everything it needs, you have a notebook, okay? Then you go back and you start each one of those finished projects and get it done. Or if you set a reasonable time goal for how long you're going to take on that project, and then if you haven't finished it within that, then you get rid of it. And even if it's at a loss and it's not all together the way you wanted it, you put an effort, you finish that project. A lot of people have, one of the big things of moving on and clearing the densities is you need to be willing to let go of things that aren't working in your life. And that is a big deal. The busted, the dusty, the rusty, the musty, the moldy, the not working, the whatever it is in your life, the toxic, you need to clear out. That's something extremely important that you need to do, that you need to take care of. And your life is not going to be able to get better and improved until you take the time to clear out your energies. Okay? And that is one of the things that we're talking about here is clearing out your energies and getting out, like one thing at a time, fix it, move it on. It's like that's part of the process, part of the principle that's involved is clearing it out, of getting rid of it, moving it out, moving it through. And that's part of the bigger picture of the Schumann resonances and how it's important to you in your ascension is moving this energy through you so that you're not accumulating it, so that you're not holding on to it unnecessarily in what you do. Um, uh, you give it over. You have these lower density stuff that we hold on to, and a lot of times it's our personal identity of who we are. Well, it's time to let go of a lot of these things that are lower density vibrations. And so that's what we're looking at here in this is the lower density vibration of fear that went through that, the list of the emotional attachments, emotional encumbrances that are resistors, that act as resistors or capacitors to the system that we need to clear through. All right. And so that's part of what it is, are those things that you have no control over, that you're holding on to. You give it over to the guides, your spiritual guides. Ask for assistance. That's the trade-off. How do I put this? The trade-off between the trade-off to being born deaf, dumb, and blind here as humans. We're totally clueless of what we were the life before, totally clueless of everything. When we're born humans, we're born a blank slate, which get filled in this lifetime, up until perhaps you come to ask, right? Ask for guidance. Why is it like this? We're born in autopilot. We're born on, and this is kind of kind of my experience, what I'm seeing here. Humans are born in the under the command of their DNA, and the DNA is borrowed from your family lineage. Okay, comes from the earth as a creator, supreme creator of your DNA, the physical. The earth is it, and then there's the sun, whatever. But the earth is your mother. So the material of the earth, our DNA, we have this of our family lineage. It's this lifelong kind of stuff that we need to clear out, that you can't do. You can't clear out your imaginary stuff from before you were born, right? You can't. What happens is you get these odd, weird. How do I explain it? You get these images, pictures, desires, things, attachments. I don't even know what the word is. I'm struggling for a word, but that all of that kind of encapsulates it. But there's still more that it doesn't. That impulses, certain, like Mozart. At 4 he was composing music. Okay, at 6 he was out there performing it. Um, he was just born that way. Like, okay, so these prodigy things, how you're born, your genetic lineage, which may be part of a past life experience you had, that you bring into this, magically bring into this experience. Okay, so these are all things, attachments, if you will, that you are stuck with. They're not yours. You're born into them. You're born with them. I'm going to say you had a contract before you came here for that, but let me just put that on the back burner. Uh, so you have these work of genetic, it's like a fabric. Your genetic fabric is held together by these sins and these lower vibrational things people did to other people that was there before you. You never met these people, but you're still held at those frequencies, because it's fixed with your resonances. Here, we went over this, the piezoelectric principle. It gets fixed in there, and we just live in the world of shit or schmutz or whatever you want to put it. And until you can learn how to get through that, learn how to get out of it, learn how to put consciousness and your free will into action to get out of it, to rise up above that, you're stuck in the swamp of your genetic pool. And if you incarnated with a group of folks, a big ass family, tight knit community, you're further embedded through your genetics, because people don't just incarnate for the first time into, be some family of a big family. Trust me on that. It's all by agreement before this, but whatever. I can't really prove that, but as you are born into like a big family, you resonate with the rest of your people, and it becomes a part of you that you're vibrating with them, and the die is cast. It becomes established, and if the people around you are operating at this lowest frequency, it's going to have an impact on you. It will. um, and it takes a different mindset, it takes a different premise to be able to kind of get out of those resonances that hold you intact. And we talked about this like a string. Pew, you tighten it up, and that's the Schumann resonances. You see, it's kind of vibrating heavy, but it's still at that frequency. There's just a bigger density of that frequency. There's a bigger waves that are accumulating at that frequency. It's more dense, right? More dense with magnetics, the lower portion of the program. You know, it's not the electrics, the amplitude, it's the magnetics that are heavy. And because after magnetism comes gravity. Okay, this is how it's unified. That once it's operating, how do I even put this? That you're sort of almost looking at some gravity features there in the harmonics of the resonances, because you can see, how do I say this? It's electric, magnetic, and then gravity bound. And so enough, there it is. All right. So enough of this pumping at that frequency, it creates a gravity of that frequency. All right. So in some ways, you're seeing gravity waves here because it's on the planet, and the magnetics moving around act like an electromagnet, right? It's an electromagnet which picks it affects you at certain frequencies. I don't know a better way to put it. This is getting into maybe a little complicated area, but yeah, that's exactly it. So that's why we need grounding, so we're not being held up by that electromagnet of the environment. Okay, I think that's a good way to put it. That we need to clear out those dense energies that are in the environment, so you are not holding on to them and you are not vibrating and resonating at those lower frequencies. So another way, ask for assistance in the course of your day, and ask other people for assistance, because God moves through other people. You don't have to believe there's a creator God, but you do have to believe that if there is, it moves through other people, and God moves through you as well. I just hold that. Hold that in your thoughts. I have that as thought in my head, that either I am representative of God or someone else is a representative of the personality of God. Again, from the beginning, I said God is the creator God is impersonal. It's love for everyone equally the same. There's no one or nothing special. Everything gets love just the same. However, there is, in this very dense world of forms, this is different. What form does love take? Right? It can take any form. And that's sort of what we're saying here, that if love can take any form, that sometimes negatively seeming things can be a function of love. All right? So love can also operate in the opposite way, to allow the consciousness of a third density imprisonment construct here of Earth to operate for a long time, and it's been perceived as healthy or good or whatever, and it's not, but because of the impersonal love of Source operating allowing negative individuals to operate in a poor way, like, okay, that's not God. That's of people in their own free will, their own shitty free will, that have operated poorly. But that's not of an equal love. That's just giving it the potential. You know. Now, if you want to have a voice for those who are a victim, that's where the divine utterance comes in, and you give people a voice, a chance to speak up and say something, and that is a directed action of love, that all have the ability to speak forth love in their own unique divine way. Right? If that makes sense, hopefully that makes sense to people. That love acts both that way. It's impersonal to everyone, and yet it is directed to a person, that even the lowest of the low can get that ability to be transformed or transmuted into a higher state. And that's part of what the alchemy of the soul is. It's part of what the alchemists' deal is in their teachings is that the lower base metals are of the soul, but it's of the body first. And you have to get through the density of the bodies before you can transmute anything in a higher level. Uh, And so, part of one of the things, you live within your means. Don't extend yourself, overextend yourself through money, resources, credit, or friendships. You have one-way friends with people that they're not giving you back. Time to drop them. You've done enough. Always keep your system and your life in balance. Find ways to get your feet in the soil. I work with plants to your hands and plants on some, real rocks. And I showed you that's where the meaning of this image is in the beginning, is because I work with the plants and I work with flowering plants and trees and all of that, uh, toward the, it's my job, but I also, I like working with plants. I'm not getting paid for this. This is something I do out of love, and it anchors me into not just the earth. It doesn't just ground me into the earth, but it anchors me into the community with people who love me, who are offering me a love support because they get something out of that as well. And that's kind of the message that I think I want to leave people with here. Mostly everything. It's like, it seems that mostly out of everything, it seems that you can get sometimes the most bang for your buck out of doing the simplest things and renovating the immediate area around you to start locally. And it's once again a message of this program, this channel, my videos in general, where I explain to you, know the difference between local and global interference. And it's important to work at the global level. I'm sorry, it's important to work at the local level first before getting into the global anything of the, even the global electric, circuit. It's important to know how the local influences affect the Schumann resonances. All right, so getting back into that of this thing of Italy and the crazy spikes, they're over there in an area looking for earthquakes. Okay, it's just I don't know how to make a more obvious point of this, but in Italy they're looking for earthquakes. That's exactly what they're doing. They're there, they're doing their job. So the detectors that are giving them crazy spikes over in Italy, they're there, they're doing their job, and they're actually showing you that they have an earthquake activity. You know, so that's not a reason to say another place is falsifying their data because you're getting some crazy interference. But that's a whole other topic, right? Anyway, so all right, so I have given the lesson for the day, and that's what it is. You find love, and sometimes you find interesting things in the soil itself. That people have buried cars or whatever, old matchbox cars, uh, and there's any number of reasons why you should plant plants, but the most important reason is that the earth will love you for it. All right, yeah, unconditional love. All right, so um, somewhere at about 4:20 mark, it's coming close to. It's not quite that yet, but it's coming close to ending for the day. Um, and so what I'm going to do is play. Oh, Bradley. Actually, hold on. I have. Hold on. All right, here we go. What I'm going to do is. Let's see if it'll work. That wasn't it. I'm trying to find the. Getting the link. Copy. Let's try it again. There we go. Is this it? It's something. All right. All right. So as we end this, This is our theme song. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the support from everyone. Thank you. Please like, share, subscribe, leave comments. If you want to have a Zoom meeting, there's questions or something that you specifically want to ask on. Let me put me in here. All right. So, if there are specific questions that you have that you want to, ask me about, you can either email me, which is in my community page, or you can leave a comment, or maybe I could do a Zoom meeting with you or something. I don't know. I'm willing to talk with people if you have specific questions. I want to answer specific questions. If you generally just want to shoot the shit and learn, tell me about it. Like, okay, well, you go to one of my videos, ask me certain specific questions, and I want to answer those. I want to help. All right. So, so that's where we're at with that. So I would like to answer specific questions from people if you have them, and it's really important that that if you do have basic questions, I really want to answer those first and foremost. And or maybe we could do a live stream or something. If there's a viewer who has that ability, you can do a live. We'll make a Zoom. Maybe we'll do a live stream. I don't know, but leave it in the comments. Thank you for your comments and support, and I appreciate everyone who's here. There's 28. I'm up to 28 likes. Thank you. So there's 20 or 29 over on the webpage. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate everyone for being here. And we're going to. I'm going to once again. I think I'm going to have another video of the part B, where I talk about at the beginning, where I talk about the meditation techniques. For those who weren't here from the beginning, and I really think it's important to kind of keep developing this, and for people who weren't here before to also kind of go, have this experience, and people who weren't here, and now that my equipment in the studio is working, I can have these crazy long broadcasts if I want. There's 8 people now. So, thank you all for being here. I appreciate your love, your support, your comments. And I'm going to be doing more stuff on the Schumann, more stuff on grounding, more stuff on, keeping you healthy and fit. All right. So on that cheery note, thank you for being here. And this is actually Bradley's son, Jay Lamour, who we appreciate. My dad would never support me and sending anyone a link anywhere. My dad never went to support me at my games. Never. He never once, I think once. And I was so nervous I vomited, never, anything, all the play, the recitals, the chorus, the art shows, the when I had a radio show, never, nothing, So anyway, so I kind of, on behalf of Bradley, who's the world's best dad, I play this, and it's our song, our theme song, sort of, because Bradley's such a good dad, and he's taking care of his son, and I want to be supportive to all the good dads, in whatever way I can. Anyway, and this is a small thing to support one of my most loyal watchers' son here. So anyway, all right, 4:14. All right. So on that cheery note, thank you all for being here. Like, share, subscribe, and I appreciate all the comments and support and the questions. I will answer any questions. All right. So have a great rest of your day, everyone. Thank you very much.
She's got magic in her big little palms. She's got color in her cheeks, and she looks around at me. She's got wild eyes. She's a fairy child, and she put a little spell on me. She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fun. Shot her with a water gun. Starting with a watered down.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So, thank you all for being here.
I'll start. Oh,
No, you won't.
do you want to go first?
There we go. All right. So, oh, here we go. Mark Pyers. Anyway, so that's probably a good way to end this. So, thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone for your love and support, and have a good rest of your night. And those of you who are in the family, you might go over there see Mark Pyers. If not, oh, thumbs up it. If not, I'll see you live maybe tomorrow or the day after, but it'll be soon. And we'll and if you have any topics or discussions that you want to have a live stream on, let me know. I'm always willing to. I always look at the comments, and I want to take support in from the viewers. So on that cheery note, have a great rest of your day, everyone. And I will talk to you soon. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Namaste. Blessings and peace.